So crazy. It's like the world has gone mad. It's just a very small percentage of people who don't like Elon Musk. And all of a sudden, they used to love electric cars. And they had no problem with Musk until all of a sudden he turned against them from their view. It's all about their hatred towards Trump. So let's get into this clip. I think this is some really good stuff here.
All right, we welcome to the show and a special interview with Mr. Elon Musk, who, of course, is famed Trump advisor, CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, chair of X Corp. Elon, thank you for doing this. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
I want to begin, but among other things, everyone's attacking you for your position. What are you doing in the government? There was a cyber attack on X today, which shut it down and may have been foreign sourced.
Yes.
It's a big story. You want to give us a moment on that?
Well, we're not sure exactly what happened, but there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system with IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
I think that's a big point right there. Just getting right off to the topic there in the Ukraine area here. So it can either be Russia or it can be Ukraine. And if it's Ukraine, why would Ukraine care if they're fighting this war, if they have so much other things going on? But it's probably more related to the people that are really running the Ukraine war, people that have wanted a war with Russia since World War II, probably. The same shadow government, maybe even just the little dust off of the feathers of the shadow government that once was, that is still trying to keep this Cold War going because they can't have the hot war. They know the hot war is going to end it all. But they like the scenario of a Cold War, and they have found the right person here from their view to put all this blame on, and it's Elon Musk. As if taking him out is going to make anything better, as if that's going to solve all of our problems we have here. Elon Musk is not the problem. If we are just going to act like he is the problem, we are avoiding years, generations of what the real problem is and what the bigger problems are. This guy is not the problem. He's not the enemy. He's another dude. That's what I see. But the fact that they took down X it's a very powerful thing to do, and it takes a lot of effort, and it takes governments. It takes all that, and it's curious that right after a day after this interview, then here we are now about to negotiate a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. Let's listen in a little bit more. This is from yesterday. This is from Sunday, just yesterday here.
Oh, well, so that's your suspicion. Is the website, is the internet up? Is it up yet?
It's up, yeah.
It's up yet. Okay, good. But I just was looking back. Let me see if I get this right. They're setting fire to various Tesla charging stations near Boston. Shots were fired at a Tesla dealership.
Watch Elon Musk's response.
Various nonviolent.
Shots fired. Not a metaphor.
Shots fired.
Shots fired. Yes. Downtown New York, marching against the Tesla showroom. Your stock is way down. You've been criticized left and right.
But look on the bright side.
But look on the bright side. This is great. He's going to give a Mel Brooks reference too, if you've ever seen the Mel Brooks movies. And I think this is from the I forget which movie this is from. History of the World, maybe. But always look on the brighter side of life. Listen to this. If you know Mel Brooks, you know that movie, you can understand Elon Musk is probably a fan of that. His sarcasm is very similar to President Trump's, and and to RFK Jr.'s too. I like it. I'm a fan.
I mean, why are you doing this?
Always look on the bright side of life.
See, he says, always look on the bright side of life. Kudlow doesn't really get that. I don't know. Maybe he's not a Mel Brooks guy, but I am.
Yes.
Maybe he is. He's an optimist.
But besides that,
yes. I mean,
how's your day?
What motivates you?
But besides that, how's your day? How's your day going? Aside from all of that, how's your day? It's not about him. Everything that they're going to try to throw at Elon Musk it's not gonna hurt him. It's just gonna backfire on them. It's just gonna expose who they really are. They're going to be mad at him for cutting spending, for finding all of these frauds, you're going to see he's going to call them out and say these are the ones, these are the fraudsters. Now the paid actors and all of that, you're always going to have that. You're always going to have paid protesters, crisis actors, whatever you want to call them, black box or black rioters, whatever they are called, black box rioters, I forget, black block rioters, whatever, paid protesters who are just out there to try to sway people into a certain view, or try to bully people really, and try to trick people mentally. And then they want to take it physical too. Most of them won't, because they know where that's really gonna lead them, and it's not going to be good for them. But Elon Musk is not fazed, and none of us should be fazed by these fear tactics. You never give in to terrorists. You got to stand up for the truth. Stand up for what you believe in. That's what Elon Musk is doing. That's what we all are doing here. And we can see who is on the right side and who's on the wrong side. It's not right or left. It's just right or wrong.
To do this.
Was the opera good?
It's tough
Was the opera good?
Yeah, it is tough sledding. But I think we're doing the right thing here. There's been a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the government. When you're part of the government, you saw a lot of that, and there's been if you look at the Inspector General reports and the Government Accountability Office, there've been many audits that have pointed out that there's a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the government. In fact, there was a report issued by the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, last year. So during the Biden administration, which estimated the federal government fraud to be $500 billion. So just to be clear, that's not a Trump administration thing, that's a Biden administration thing. So what we're trying to do is get that number down to a much smaller figure, save money for the American taxpayer, stop money being spent on things that I think very few taxpayers would agree make sense. Transgender animal surgeries, or why are we spending money? Why are American tax dollars being spent on this? The president's gone through a long list of absurd things. Why are the 20 million people who are definitely dead marked as alive in the Social Security database? Why were hundreds of millions of dollars of Small Business Administration loans were given out to people aged 11 and under, according to the Social Security? I mean, these must be some very enterprising 8-year-olds,
And some pretty strong 150-year-olds.
Yes, exactly. As the president said, we have an enormous number of people marked as alive who are 160. He didn't know the country was that healthy.
Yes. So demystify this. How do you do it? Okay. How big is your team?
Yeah.
Where'd you recruit most of them from? And what is it that makes you choose, the Treasury or Social Security or USAID? How does it work? Let the public know, please.
Right. Well, we just basically follow the money. We look at the president's executive orders, and we also just follow the money. So we started looking closely at USAID because they were completely violating the president's executive orders to suspend foreign aid, what's called foreign aid, but in our view is a lot of corruption. So what we saw there is just a tremendous amount of money being sent to non-governmental organizations. But actually, this, by the way, is I think one of the biggest sources of fraud in the world is government-funded non-governmental organizations. This is a gigantic fraud loophole where the government can give money to an NGO, and then there are no controls over that NGO. So they've given billions of dollars, in fact, we estimate tens of billions of dollars to NGOs that are essentially scams. By the way, I'm trying to put a stop to that. So
I don't want to interrupt, but Secretary of State Rubio just come out, I think he tweeted today, he has accepted over 80% of your recommendations to shut down in USAID.
Right.
So your review and analysis was spot on.
Yes. So I think when people criticize, say, what DOGE is doing, we say, well, which part specifically? Because we put all of the actions of the DOGE team on the doge.gov website and on the Doge handle on X. So we post the receipts. So it's like this action has been taken, this action has been taken. So when we get criticism, we say like, of what? Which line do you disagree with? Like which cost saving do you disagree with? And then people usually can't think of any.
No.
So
it's transparent line by line.
It's transparent line by line,
which is quite remarkable.
Right. And so, and then with respect to the Treasury, for example, the two main recommendations we suggested, which have now been implemented, was that any payments going out of the Treasury, especially the Treasury's main payment computer, which is called PAM, things like payments account manager or something like that, but it's like almost 5 trillion a year, so about $1 billion an hour, that the payments be coded with the congressional appropriation, and that there be an explanation for the payment. Very basic stuff. And just doing that, we estimate will save $100 billion a year.
You're not really,
wow.
Let me see if I get this right, particularly with Social Security. You're not really changing policy.
No, yeah.
You're auditing the fiscal mechanisms
Nothing
to
wrong
make
with
sure
that.
that, from point A gets to point B, and that's where it's supposed to get to. In some cases, it doesn't get there, or some cases, it may go over there. But that's
yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, and that's what we should have been doing. So it's nice to have somebody in there who's doing the work and finding all of this waste. Now, obviously, it's going to be up to Congress. It's going to be up to our government to do something about it. But if somebody points this out, then it's up to them. Are they going to take it seriously? So I'm going to cut to a few other things as I just kind of look at this. But it's so wild to think that they want us to think that Elon is the enemy. He's not the enemy. Mike Johnson, I want to listen to this. I haven't heard this yet.
Our specialized health.
Mike Johnson is going to give a couple words about let's see. There we
go. Well, this was a big vote on the House floor. The Republicans stood together, and we had one Democrat vote with us to do the right thing, and that is to fund the government. This was a clean CR. It freezes funding. It's a responsible thing to do, and we're ensuring that troops continue to get their paychecks and TSA agents continue to do their work and be paid, and essential workers on the border and elsewhere are doing their jobs. It's shameful what happened on the Democrat side. They engaged in a misinformation campaign. They put out talking points about the bill on Friday before the bill was even filed, which was Saturday afternoon. They've been lying and misrepresenting the facts about what's in the bill, and the American people can read it for themselves. It's only 99 pages long. We did our job today, and it's shameful that they will stop at nothing. They will suggest that that this bill is something that it's not, and they will.
Yeah, I do want to go and read this bill. 99 pages, that's still a lot, but I don't want to hear a lot of the whereas. We need more simplified bills for us simple people who just want to understand, what are you guys doing here? And I don't want a history lesson. I don't want to have to do, give us the simple version of this bill and what are we doing here? Why is it good? Why is it bad? I think they really want to, certain people love to complicate these issues because they know a lot of people don't have time to pay attention to every little thing that is going on. That's why we elect these people. And it's hard to trust them. It's hard to know who is right, who is wrong, or who is doing the best. And it's hard to even get to the point where we are paying attention. We're being bombarded with so much media. And it's very important to choose your sources wisely, I guess. And just go wherever God leads you. But Mike Johnson, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of his, but let's hear what he's got to say. I like his lapel.
Will run out the clock to shut down the government in a desperate attempt to stop the America First agenda. But I'll tell you that President Trump and Republicans in Congress will stop at nothing to deliver on that agenda. We are going to continue.
I do want to say he mentioned TSA there. Stop TSA. I'm not not the biggest TSA fan. I think they need to back up on the regulations. And I'm hope once we learn more and once we finally get more of the 9/11 truth stuff into the mainstream media, that we will stop having people at TSA groping, that they will loosen up some of the regulations about groping us, and radiating us. I think a Health and Human Service can really do a lot of great things there. RFK Jr. can do it if the people stand up, if the people try to get him to look into these things. When RFK Jr. walked into the actual airport with no shoes on, he was barefoot, and it was a big deal. It was a big media thing. I don't know if he was trying to make a point to say this is crazy, but I mean, when you can't bring a water bottle on onto a plane, there's definitely some regulations that need to change. And if a lot of the TSA regulations, the Homeland Security regulations, if a lot of that was put in place because of September 11th, knowing what we know about September 11th and what they are researching, what they are investigating, and what they will find, I hope a lot of the regulations that have been put in place since George Bush in 2001, I hope a lot of those will be pulled back. Let's stop radiating people. Let's stop groping people who just want to get on a plane. There's a lot of other better ways that we can handle those types of issues, but we'll see. This is all the beginning. We're only 6-7 weeks in to Trump's administration. That's it. Don't forget that.
Continue to work hard. We will continue to stick together and get this job done, and it's an essential one. Now that the government funding bill has been passed out of the House, we send it to the Senate, and it falls on the desk of Chuck Schumer. He is the leader of the Democrats on that side, and he must determine whether he wants to fund the government, do the responsible thing, or whether he wants to shut the government down. And I certainly hope that there are enough Democrats in the Senate to have a conscience who will do the right thing by the American people and take care of business over there. So, any questions?
Just want to say, you think, not really a question for him, but because I always thought about this. Okay, the Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, and they have the president. So you would think that that's all that they need, but no. This government is so awesome that they put it in place so that even if you control all of that, you still have to have a certain amount of votes. You still have to have a certain amount of people to get things done. So it can't just be one party that can rule them all. You cannot have that here. Just like we had it for many years. And I was even one of those that said, well, Barack Obama, he had the Senate, he had the Congress, he was a president. Why couldn't they get things done? It's more complicated than that. So the more that I pay attention, the more that I do learn. And actually, there's some things that you will see that Barack Obama did that Trump did too. They did some very similar things. And maybe that's why they were sitting at Jimmy Carter's funeral, chopping it up, having a good time. And they were very friendly with each other. But so just because you have the majority in the House, in the Senate, you have to make sure you have a certain number of votes. In the House, it's a little easier. In the Senate, I think you got to have 60 votes. Well, the Republicans only have 53, maybe 54. So they still need another 6 Democrats to get this bill passed, to get this to where Trump can sign it. And so he can blame Chuck Schumer. He can take credit for it too. Or he can't take credit for it too. But the head of the Senate, they can take credit for it too. But in the end, yeah, it's like if those 6 Democrats, you're going to need those 6 Democrat senators to really come on board to get this bill signed. Are they going to do it? I don't know. It may go back a few rounds, and it does seem like they want to shut it down. The Republicans, they had a good opportunity to shut it down, to shut the government down, and they didn't. So we'll see. The Democrats will probably do it. I would not be surprised if the government shut down, because we've been threatened with this for years and years and years. And Chuck Schumer has been, the reason why they're calling him out is because he's been a big person who has always said, well, we can't have the shutdown. Let's see where Chuck Schumer votes. Is he going to vote for the, you vote against this bill and then everything is shut down? What he's going to say if he does vote against this bill is that this bill is not the right bill. We need to come back with a better one. We need more time, blah, blah, blah. Get rid of Elon Musk. There's going to be all of these different things that are involved in there. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's a very trying time. And you can see this is not, I don't believe in this mandate thing. When Trump says he has a mandate, when people say they have a mandate, there's no mandate in Congress. When it comes to the three branches of government, at least with the legislative branch here, you know, there's no mandate there. It's still pretty close. And Trump pulled a couple people into his cabinet that probably could have helped him, maybe have helped him better out in Congress, helped him better out in the legislative branch. But he took him out to put him in his cabinet. He felt that was more important, which I totally understand. I totally agree with. But these are the consequences of it. You don't have a 60-person vote. If you had 60 Republicans in the Senate, you could pretty much do whatever you want right there. I mean, you could pretty much get all of this done, but you don't have that. And I think once they realized they were not going to get to 60, it's like, why not have 50, 53, 50, 54, 52? And that's where we are right now. So we'll see. We'll see what happens in the Senate, but it is in the Senate now. Mike Johnson has done his job in the House. There's nothing more that he can do. He's pushed this thing through. He's got it done. He has done his job. And you could thank Matt Gaetz for all of this, because Matt Gaetz is the only reason why Mike Johnson is here. In my opinion.
I certainly hope not. I believe they'll do it. I believe the Republicans will stick together in the Senate as we have in the House. And I hope there are at least a number of Democrats in the Senate who will do the right thing. If not, this will be on their shoulders, and everybody in America knows that.
Mr. Speaker, on the other legislative undertaking reconciliation, some senators yesterday suggested that they can get the ball rolling by sometime like August, which is far beyond your time.
August is far too late. No, we're going to move that ball a lot faster than that. And we'll be talking with our colleagues and friends, Republican leadership in the Senate about this. They will be working the rest of this week. And then I think both chambers are doing district work next week. When we get back, this will begin in earnest. And we'll have leaders and lieutenants, committee chairs of jurisdiction in both chambers working together to begin that process, to finish up the resolution and move forward with budget reconciliation. That's going to be a very important thing for the country.
A rescissions package, a lot of folks have spoken about that in part with this continuing resolution. What's the status of that?
We anticipate that we will get a rescissions package from the White House as soon as all the calculations are made. The reason we took this step now is to allow for that process to continue to play out. And the DOGE efforts and the other things that are happening in the administration are very important for the American people, because ultimately what we're going to be able to do is downsize the size and scope of the federal government, make it work more efficiently and effectively for the people, and identify these extraordinary areas of fraud, waste, and abuse and eliminate that. So a rescission request from the White House would come over appropriately in the right timing when they have the calculations done, and Congress will do its job there. We are going to deliver for the American people. We're not sure yet. They're working on the calculations, which is the reason we could not include it today. But we do anticipate that. We're going to work hand in hand with the White House. And I want to compliment President Trump on his ability to be so involved that he's watching this step by step. He is determined to deliver for the people, and we are as well. So this is a well-coordinated effort between the White House and our Senate Republican colleagues and House Republicans. So we'll continue to work in that partnership to get this agenda done. Thank you.
Stop searching for homes on Zillow and Realtor.com. Neither platform is going to guarantee you access to off-market.
That was good though. But I did want to play some of this because I did find it pretty funny. I thought it was really interesting and funny and hilarious that let me see if I can find it again. Right Side Broadcasting. I mean, you got to keep up with the And just look at the videos. They got everything. They got the little clips. They got the short clips, the long clips. They got everything that you need. But this is the big one. This is the one that tripped me out. And I just want to say,
That's beautiful.
remember, Trump doesn't drive. He does not drive. So he's not riding in any of these Teslas. He's buying one, sure. He could buy and trade these Teslas. This is all for show, but I love it. I love it. I don't like the children. I don't like them showing the children. I really don't like that.
No better team, but there's no better for what we're doing. There's nobody like us, and he shouldn't be penalized. And when I watched the other day, I said, I can't believe it. It should be the opposite. People should be going wild, and they love the product, but because he's finding all sorts of terrible things that have taken place against our country, they want to penalize him in a economic sense. And I just think that's very unfair. So I just wanted to make a statement. I'm going to buy one. Now, here's the bad news. I'm not allowed to drive because I haven't driven a car in a long time, and I love to drive cars. But I'm going to have it at the White House, and I'm going to let my staff use it. I'm going to let people at the place use it. And they all are all excited about that. I'm not allowed to use it.
Awesome.
Can you believe it? One of my great things in life is that I can, I like to drive cars, but I'm not allowed to. And I will say this.
I want to understand that.
Truck,
I want to hear a little bit more of that. I hope somebody questions him on that. I've watched a little bit of this earlier. It's really the first time that I'm watching the full thing here. But he can't drive a car, right? What is that, like the probation thing that he's got going on? Is that just because he doesn't have a driver's license? He cannot drive. Trump can't drive. And we know that he can, but obviously he has the chauffeur probably going on. He's got drivers, but obviously the Secret Service is taking him wherever he goes. But is this a presidential thing? The presidents can't drive? I mean, what's going on? Why couldn't President Trump drive the pace car at the NASCAR race, right? Well, there's a lot of security issues there, although I believe NASCAR would be one of the safest places for him, as long as you don't have these fake people that forget the race car driver's name, who there was a noose found on his race car or something like that. Aside from that, for the most part, I think that would be cool because Trump goes to the NASCAR races. He's a big fan. And I wouldn't mind seeing him in the pace car or even riding in front of the pace car, the car that goes in front of the pace car. I think that'd be cool. But I just found it fascinating that Trump can't drive, President of the United States. And it's not like he doesn't know how to drive or anything. It's that, and I hope that I want to find out more about why can't you drive, Mr. President? And I want the media to question him on that. But just how the media was very biased towards Biden, when Biden was in office, you're going to find a very biased media, very pro-Trump media. Now, it's not going to always be the case, but you're going to see when they ask him certain questions, how he responds to the media that is more friendly and how he responds to the media that is less friendly. I think that's a fair way to say it, right? And there's Elon Musk. This is a perfect shot right here. Elon Musk. But yeah, I don't like the children in these videos. I don't like that. It's his choice. It's his freedom. Everybody's different, but
I bought for a very special young woman. I'm sure you've never heard of her, Kai. And she's a great golfer, and she puts the clubs in the back, and I guess it's a very safe deal. She loves it.
There he is. Yeah.
And I actually bought one about a year ago, and she loves it. And it's very safe. It's very strong, heavy. It's all steel, stainless steel. But the cars themselves, so what is this one?
That's the Model Y.
That's a Model Y. So I have a lot of information, including the price.
Yeah.
I want to make a good deal here. I do notice this. They have one, which is $35,000, which is pretty low. What is that all about?
Yeah, it's. I guess we want to make a point that Teslas aren't all expensive. You can get a Tesla for as little as $35,000.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank the president for his support. This means a lot. And also thank everyone out there who is supporting Tesla. It's really terrible that there's so much violence being perpetrated against people like Tesla, Tesla supporters, Tesla owners, Tesla stores. These are innocent people who've done nothing wrong.
But nobody's been. I mean, it hasn't been. There's been some physical damage, a little damage, and we want to keep it that way because.
What complete project visibility without making your entire team hate you? This
Ads.
I don't want to say this. It's just not the appropriate. But law enforcement's out there watching everybody. We don't want this to happen, and not to somebody that's been so good to our country. He didn't have to do this. He didn't have to go through this, and we can't let it happen. And aside from that, I happen to love the product.
Why do you keep focusing on the kid?
If you
Get the
also
camera
happen to love the product,
child,
and
man.
he's done a really good job. Go ahead, Peter.
Is there?
I don't like that.
This is for
Don't
Elon
like that.
Musk.
But
Is there a discount? President Trump wrote the art of the deal. Is there any kind of room for negotiating here?
Let me answer that. I know he'd give me a discount, but honestly, I don't want to ask for one. You know, I'm president, so I want to pay full price.
And what is your message, President Trump? Buying a new car while there are some folks who will see this clip at home and they are struggling with their retirement accounts down at the moment.
I like Ducey.
Uncertainty about work.
The guy asking the questions here, Peter Ducey, he's been there, you know, and he'll ask. He's not afraid to ask Trump real questions. I love it. And I think Trump likes it too. Trump likes to be challenged. You know, he doesn't like the gotcha. He doesn't like the fake news or anything, but he likes real questions, good questions. And I think that this is where we are in this era where we are back here to the, I can't remember his name, Edward Murrow, I think. You know, we want to get back to that era where you can really ask our government officials and our president really good questions. So you're going to see that too. And if the fake news media, if they ask him really good questions, he'll answer. Even if they ask him terrible questions, he'll answer. He'll call them out on it, but he won't answer those questions too. This is what we need. This is the president that we need. And anyone who has lived through the last 4 years has to understand this. And whether they like Trump or not.
I think our country, we had to do this. We had to go and do this. They've taken away other countries have taken away our business. They've taken away our jobs. I did it initially very strongly against, as you know, China and some others in the first term. And it was a very successful term. We had no inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And then we had COVID, which we had to straighten out. So I didn't want to be doing anything with respect to other countries at that time. And we did a great job with it. We handed the stock market over. It was higher than it ever was. And think of that, higher than it ever was to that point before. And nobody thought that was even possible. We did a great job. But we had the greatest economy in history. This economy, in my opinion, is going to blow it away. But what I have to do is I have to get the workers back. I have to get the factories open. We have 90,000 factories and plants are closed from what you had just prior to NAFTA, which is not very long ago. 90,000, think of it, 90,000 factories and plants are closed from what it was. And it's just not right. So, and we gave it away. Presidents before me gave it away, and I could name every one of them. But they gave it away, and we're taking it back. We're taking our jobs back. And one of the things I'll say, by the way, speaking of Tesla, he manufactures more cars. I mean, he opened this incredible plant, one of the largest plants in the world in Texas. Could you talk about that, Elon?
Yeah, it's worth noting that the Tesla cars have the most U.S. content of any cars on the market. So they're the most American made. We have
American-made.
The biggest factory and the most advanced automotive factory in Texas that we've opened and continue to expand.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
So this is very much these are great products. The Model S is one best car ever. So they've all these cars won incredible awards. So they're great cars and they're American made. And I think try it, you'll like it.
And I'm just saying, beyond the cars, they're great. But we have to celebrate somebody that has the courage to do this. He could have said, I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to get involved. Let the country go to hell. He didn't want to do that. And remember, he's going to find, and we're up to almost $500 billion worth of waste and fraud and abuse. $500 billion. we're giving $2 billion here, $2 billion there, not millions. It was a bet. If it was $1 million or $2 million, that's a lot of money. But we're talking about billions of dollars being given to defunct, scams, given to people with nothing. They have nothing going. They open up a subchapter S corporation, and they put $2 billion into it from nowhere. And we've caught a lot of them. I wish we could catch all of them, but we've caught a lot of them. And he's been largely responsible. So we have to celebrate him. And it's not that he's conservative. I don't even know if he's conservative. I will tell you this.
These days,
I've been doing this I've known him for a pretty long time. He endorsed me. I didn't know him that well when he endorsed me. But in the time I've known him, he has never asked me for a favor. He didn't ask me for this. I said, Elon, I don't like what's happening to you. And Tesla's a great company. I don't like what's happening. It's from our standpoint, American cars, American made. He employs thousands of people. He's got, at the same time, he has the most modern plants in the world. I said, I don't like what's happened to you. I'm going to do it. I didn't even know he was going to come. He's never asked me for anything. He endorsed me, and he never asked me. I didn't even know he was going to endorse me. The guy has never asked me. He's not saying, in fact, I could go a step further. I ended the electric mandate. Okay, I ended the electric mandate. And I figured, when's this guy calling to raise hell with me? And he never called. I mean, he never called me. If I were him, I would have called.
So on that,
because he's probably even better than I am.
Mr. President, is Elon Musk rubbing off on you? Is electric then the way to go?
It's not that this isn't for electric or gas, because people have their choices.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I know people that have these cars. I know one man, we see him all the time.
That's a big point right there. Because Trump has said for years, even way before Trump or before Elon Musk ever, joined Team Trump, joined the Unity Party. Trump has been saying, hey, if you want a Tesla, whatever you want, but he wants choices. He wants people to have choices. He's been saying that for at least 3 to 4 years, maybe even further, but at least going back to 2021, 2022. It's like, hey, if you want those, and he'll explain to you why you shouldn't, because they could blow up. They don't do very well in the cold weather. But this is what the crazies were pushing for years. And now look at what the crazies are doing. So I don't like to say that it's the Democrats. I don't like to say it's the liberals or anything like that. It's just the crazies. So, and that's another reason why I don't want to be a part of any party. I don't want to be a part of any group, any faction. I'm just a Christian. I'm an Oakland A's fan. You can't call them Oakland A's anymore, but we're still just the A's, at least. So, I mean, come on. Life is good. And for the people that life is not good, I get it. But the way to make life good is not to spread more hatred. Let's figure out why your life is in shambles, why your life is crap. And let's figure out how we can make that better. Ragging on people, spreading false information, acting as paid infiltrators, paid protesters, people that are just there to agitate. It's not going to help you. You're not going to be fulfilled. Only Jesus Christ can fulfill you. That's it. So, all right, let me go back. This is good. But it's still fascinating to me. I just want to say, I want to reiterate that the talking point, if I was part of the crazies here, because I don't want to say the left or anything like that, but if I was, the most anti-Trump person, I would say, here, Trump can't drive. He can't drive. He bought this car that he's never, ever going to drive. He cannot drive. Does he have a driver's license? If you've seen Weird Science, you'll get this reference. He doesn't even have his license. So anyways, great movie, Weird Science, back in the 80s.
He has 5 of them.
Yeah.
He thinks it's and he was a big guy for Ferraris and other things. And he says, man, it blows them away. I know other people, they have 3, 4, they love them. And some people like the gas, and they should have their options. Right. I'm all about options.
Options.
But I'm telling you, I ended the electric mandate, And I was waiting for a call. I said, did Elon call yet? They said, no, sir. The next day, what about Elon? Did he call? He never even mentioned it to me, never complained until this moment. I'm just bringing it up. Who would do that? Yeah. He has never asked me for a thing. And he's built this great company, and he shouldn't be penalized because he's a patriot. He's an incredible patriot. And I don't even know if he's a Republican. I really don't.
Yes, yes, definitely.
Stock market dropped today.
Well, I'm not sure if it
Oh,
was.
Elon's a Republican.
Good
to know.
And markets are going to go up and they're going to go down.
Yeah.
But you know what? We have to rebuild our country. Our country has been stripped of its jobs, of its factories. And I'm tired of seeing where they build apartments, cheap apartments in an old broken down factory. But you have factories all over the place that are empty from many decades ago. And we're going to change it around. And it's all taxing policy. You know, it's really a policy because we have great workers, great people. It's really a policy of taxing and incentives.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's
taxing and incentives.
If you need to sell your house for any reason.
So RSBN, I love them. I have no problem with the ads, believe me, because everybody has ads. They got to make money, all that. I get it. So I'm not going to rag on the ads. And let's keep going on. And it's really a YouTube thing, probably too. So I don't know. I don't know how the ads work. I don't do anything for money on YouTube, but I don't want to stop anybody from making money. Making money's good. I don't hate Elon Musk for making money, or Trump for being a billionaire. I actually think, I was thinking about this. Now that we're on the ad issue here, this is interesting to think about. And this goes back to the video of Trump at McDonald's where he puts on the uniform. It's still one of the funniest things. I laughed for so long when I saw President Trump in the McDonald's uniform because I worked at McDonald's. That was my first job. This was technically my first real job was McDonald's. I worked the fryer. I did the fryer, and it's not like you work the fryer. You just, even the person at the cash register can go and, at least when I was working, you can go and grab the fries and just put the fries in there and everything. But it was so funny to work. And you knew he was just trolling Kamala Harris, who said she worked, she grew up in the middle class and all of that stuff. It was funny. It was a good time, but it's a lot funnier now to go back and look at it, because back then it was like, man, I just want you to become the president. So it's fun, it's great, it's all good stuff. But his publicist or whoever was his campaign manager, Trump had the best team right there, and they don't get enough credit. They should, and going down the road, they will. A lot of that credit will be done. All the stories will be told. All that will be told. Even with my book that I pretty much have done, thanks to Catherine. Catherine Michelle has really been the biggest contributor to my book, Kennedy and Trump, because she's helped me edit it and has taught me a lot. And going forward will help me with future books and everything. And, like I said, hopefully I'm going to release 2 or 3 books, maybe even 4 this year. You never know. But, so when people are successful, it's so easy to rag on them and hate on them and everything. And even Alex Jones, I remember when Alex Jones was he was becoming very successful in the early 2000s. And, I was a big Alex Jones fan for many years. And I have my issues with Alex Jones and always will. But, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. So, and Elon Musk, if you've read Elon Musk's book that came out a couple years ago, he was not the biggest Trump fan. He actually was more kind of, I wouldn't say he's anti-Trump, but if you read his book, you can see that he met with Trump, didn't really have a lot of great things to say about Trump, and things didn't end that well. So many things happened between then. And in the book, I document a lot. Is obviously it's all about Kennedy and Trump's journey, but Elon Musk is a big part of that. Elon Musk was one of the first people to give Kennedy a grand platform on X, on Twitter Spaces. And Kennedy was able to talk with Elon Musk for about, 2 hours or so. And I thought it went very, very well. And then, after some lunatic tries to kill President Trump, Elon Musk endorses him. This is after everything that Trump has said about, hey, these electric vehicles, this is not the way. Gasoline is good. Drill, baby, drill. Right? I'm a hybrid guy, so I like hybrids. So, maybe I'm somewhere in the middle there. But options are good. Choices are good. We need that. And when you have a monopoly, then you know where that goes. And it never works out well. We need more options. We need more choices. We don't need Disney to be in charge of Star Wars, to be in charge of Marvel. We need these companies to be free to do their own thing. And I get it. Whatever they're, that's a business side. That's their job. That's their journey. But the more choices we have, and that's what I love about streaming, is we have so many different choices. You have PureFlix. I don't subscribe to Netflix, but I love PureFlix. I know what I'm going to get. I know what I'm paying for. It's all good, right? Some of us like baseball. Some like football. Some like soccer, basketball. You have options. You need options there. And you could say that these are all distractions. But it doesn't have to be that way. Sports are good. Everything in moderation, I think, is good. To obsess about anything, to obsess about the New World Order, and to obsess that you got to fight this thing and everything, when Jesus Christ already has that job is already taken. So to obsess about, you're going to fight this, you're going to expose everything, blah, blah, blah. All you're going to do is get burnt out when people don't respond to what you want them to respond to. You are here on this earth for a reason. Jesus put you here for a reason. You got to find that reason and go with it. But it's not just to rail against anything. It's not, if you're going to be all in on anything, be all in on Jesus. If you're not all in on him, everything else, just do in moderation. All right, let me go back to a little bit more of this.
And I'm bringing the incentives back. And I'll tell you what, numerous plants, and I don't want to mention specifically, but I'll mention this one, numerous plants in Mexico and other places that were under construction or soon to be under construction are now coming here, and they've dropped that because it was unfair what was happening. Mexico, they were building cars. They were selling them into the United States with no tax, no nothing. And in the United States, we were allowing them to take our jobs and take our factories. And we don't do that anymore. Now, from a president, it would be a lot easier if I just coasted for another 4 years. I would have been an 8-year president. I had the best economy in history in my first 4 years. I would have done very well with this one. And I had a decision to make. Do I want to do this or do I not? Do I want to do it right? The right thing to do is what we're doing. We're going to get our jobs back, and we're not going to be left at. Now, I will say this, that already Canada, and I respect very much, as you know, there's a very strong man in Canada who said he was going to charge a surcharge or a tariff on electricity coming into our country. He has called and he said he's not going to do that. Okay, he's not going to do that. And it would have been a very bad thing if he did. And he's not going to do that. So I respect that. But we were just informed that he's not going to do that. Look, we've been treated very unfairly by Canada. We've been treated very unfairly by Mexico. But we've been treated very unfairly by every country all over the world. The European Union is horrible, horrible. And we're going to get it back. And I have a choice. I could just coast, and eventually there'd be a blow up down the road, maybe a long way. But we owe $36 trillion, and we're going to get it back. We're the biggest, we're the best, and I'm very
who do we owe this money to? Why do we owe so much money? And who do we owe this to? This is crazy. We took out a loan. We took out a a debt? Like, how does that work? Who do we owe it to? To ourselves? Because then it's just fictional money. It is monopoly money. Now you notice a couple weeks back, there was a big talk about, hey, we need to go in to Fort Knox, and I hope that they still do. Let's go into Fort Knox and see if there's money in there. But we all know what will happen when they find out if there is no money in there. What do you think is going to happen? Well, it's all stock markets are going to drop. Everything is going to collapse. No money has probably been in there for a long time, and we've made it this far. We'll be all right. We'll make it. We'll make it through this. But if we don't cut the cord, we're always going to be sucking off of the government's teat. That's just the way it is. So it's a pretty clear choice. But I do love. I love the realism, and I love even the people who hate Trump. I love that Trump's giving them something to talk about. Right? Bonnie Rabbit. Give them something to talk about.
Optimistic. I have to tell you, I'm very optimistic about the country. Much more optimistic this way than if I did it the easy way. Yeah. I could have done it the easy way. I could have coasted. Biden left us a mess. He left us tremendous inflation, tremendously high costs of products. He left us a mess, but he also left us a mess with millions of people that poured into our country that are criminals. Millions of those people happen to be criminals. And we're looking for them all over the place. We're looking for them. And Holman and Christie are doing an incredible job. But he left us a horrible situation, and we're changing it. But one of the things we're changing is we're going to make our country really wealthy again. We're going to bring our jobs back. Right now, we're like a chicken that's being plucked at from all over the world. We're not going to let that happen anymore. But very importantly, and I said it,
kind of like a turkey.
Ukraine, ceasefire. Ukraine. Ceasefire, just agreed to a little while ago. Now we have to go to Russia and hopefully President Putin will agree to that also, and we can get this show on the road. We can get this horrible war where 2,000-3,000 soldiers a week, every week, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 sometimes. I get the reports, and they're not American soldiers. They're Ukrainian and they're Russian.
They're humans.
Struggling to get started on your novel?
Human beings.
Meet Squibbler, the AI novel writer that transforms your ideas into
all it is. And it's nice to have a president who understands that these are human beings. Yeah, they're not Americans, and we put America first. These are human beings, and we need to end this war. War is not good ever. Nobody ever wins from war. You don't really see people celebrating World War I or World War II. Even the Revolutionary War, that they may celebrate only because it created this country. We don't celebrate the Civil War. War is not good. It's not good. It never ends in anything good. It only creates more problems, creates more separation, and just gives people a reason, hateful people who just want to hang on to that, The anti-Nazis will hang on to that. The Nazis will hang on to that. Everybody else in between, everybody chooses sides, and we all end up separating ourselves from the real issue, from Jesus Christ. We all just end up separating ourselves from the bigger picture and fighting over bones. I remember I had a teacher, and it was more race-based, but it was, she made a pretty good point. Like, man, we're fighting over bones while they're just taking over everything, while they're owning everything and taking over everything. It changed my view about a lot of things. And it really made me see that, wow, okay, yeah, we're fighting over bones. But back then for me, it was like, well, it's the Mexicans and the blacks. We're fighting each other. We need to join up. And then it was like, we need to join up against who? Oh, against the whites, of course, right? I grew up in California. And as I got older, and as I became a stronger Christian, I really, once I understood that, wait a minute, we all came from Adam and Eve. We all came from the same source. Why are we fighting here? What does race matter? If we believe we all came from the same source, if we believe we all came from Adam and Eve, why would I care that I'm Mexican or I'm Native American? I mean, there's nothing wrong with being proud about that, just like I'm a proud American. There's nothing wrong with being that, but that's not the end all be all, right? I love this country and everything, but it's not the end. It's not. I'm not going to die on the sword of the USA. I'm going to die on the sword of Jesus Christ. So that changed my view on a lot of this stuff. And I think if you don't have Jesus Christ, I totally understand why you're like, hey, yeah, I don't have Jesus Christ. All I got is my race. All I got is my people, right? All I got is my group. All I got is my homies, whatever it is, my clique, my crew, my gang, all of that. And I mean, it's a sad way to live your life, because what you will find out is they will turn on you too. They will turn on you too. You will turn on them. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. It's a great song. It makes a lot of sense. So with that said, I will get back here and get off of my Trump train.
People are being killed outside of that. People are being killed in the cities as things explode throughout the cities. And we want to get that war over with. So I think it's a big difference between the last visit you saw at the Oval Office and this. So that's a total ceasefire. Ukraine has agreed to it, and hopefully Russia will agree to it. We're going to meet with them later on today and tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to wipe out a deal. But I think the ceasefire is very important. If we can get Russia to do it, that'll be great. If we can't, we just keep going on, and people are going to get killed. Lots of people.
Is Zelensky invited back to the White House?
Sure, absolutely.
Mr. President, you mentioned the ups and downs in the stock market. You said it'll go up, it'll go down. But do you and your tariff policies right now bear any responsibility for the turmoil we're seeing this week?
Biden gave us a horrible economy. He gave us horrible inflation. And I think the market was going to go very, very bad. If anything, I have a lot of very smart people, friends of mine and great businessmen. They're now investing because of what I'm doing. Because long term, what I'm doing is making our country strong again, financially strong, militarily strong, and strong if we want to get away. Remember this, we have wars. When I left, we had no wars. We didn't have Ukraine and Russia. We didn't have October 7th. We didn't have that disaster that took place with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And you look at what's happened there. We caught the major terrorist, which Biden would have caught. Why didn't he catch him? I caught him 5 weeks into the presidency. I caught the man responsible for Abigate, and he's going to pay hell right now. He's a bad dude. He's a bad guy. But we didn't have these problems. I had no inflation. I had a great economy. He gave you high prices. You couldn't buy bacon. You couldn't buy anything. And also, I inherited a situation with eggs. The price of eggs was through the roof. Well, now the price of eggs has come down a lot. Interest rates have come down. Gasoline prices have come down. It's all coming down. It's all a beautiful thing. I can do it the right way, the wrong way. We're doing it the right way. And I have tremendous confidence in this country and the people of this country, tremendous confidence, much more so than if I sat back for 4 years and had a good time in the Oval Office. I want to look at cars.
I have an announcement to make that I think would be helpful. I want to say, as a function of the great policies of President Trump and his administration, and as an act of faith in America, Tesla is going to double vehicle output in the United States within the next 2 years.
That's a big deal. That's good. Thank you. And by the way, he makes one car. This one I don't understand. This one I don't want, but that's okay. Without a steering wheel, it comes out next year. Right?
Yes.
Explain that, please.
Yes. Well, the Cybercab starts production in Texas next year, and it's self-driving. We have so much confidence in the self-driving nature of it that it'll actually not have a steering wheel. It will not have pedals. It'll either self-drive or not drive at all.
Absolutely not.
And I'm going to pass on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one too. Absolutely not. A self-driving car? No. It's nice to have options. Again, it's nice to have choices. But I'll tell you, that ain't my choice. But I'm not a big AI guy either. I don't want anything to do with AI. I believe AI is the work of the devil. I don't want nothing to do with it in my personal life. But a self-driving car, have you seen Total Recall? I'm pretty sure Elon Musk is a Total Recall guy. He's a Total Recall fan. I'm pretty sure he understands that. But no, no, there's too many things that can go wrong. You know what I trust? I trust these hands. I trust these hands to steer. I trust these hands to hit a baseball. I trust these hands for everything here. I'm not going to be into the self-driving car. Absolutely not. Total Recall, right, Rick? I mean, Rick, Rick, thank you, my brother. How are you? Hey, I mean, you've seen Total Recall. You know how this ends. You know, you don't want that Johnny Cab rolling around, but this is nuts. This is nuts to think that. But anyways, so it's okay to, just because I like some things about Elon Musk and about Trump, I don't have to like everything that they say or everything that they do. There's nothing wrong with that. So I hope people will keep an open mind towards that. But yeah, my brother, if you're up to it, if you want to come on here, we can talk about whatever you want. It doesn't have to be about politics, doesn't have to be about anything. I'll drop the link in the chat there. And I'm just going to go through a few more of these clips here because I think that's enough of the Elon Musk stuff. But this is interesting. I thought I'll play a few of these clips here.
Okay, beef tallow, seed oil, but then there are other healthy oils, like for example, avocado oil is considered healthy, or olive
or
oil,
butter,
straight
olive oil. Right.
But my daughter, who's like you, she went into my house a couple of years ago and she like wiped out the Smart Balance, wiped out the margarine, wiped out any seed oil.
Good for her.
And she cleaned out my whole pantry and she bought me the things that she said, Daddy, this is much better because I like to cook.
And she wants you to live for a long time.
I want to live for a long time.
Rick, if you're listening, what are your views on seed oil? Any of these oils? I don't know. I think the best oil is probably none. Right? But I mean, if you're gonna have oils, and I never realized this, seed oil versus tallow, beef tallow. I've never heard about tallow. What is tallow? I didn't no idea what that was until Kennedy brought it up, and then I had to go and research it for my book. But what are your thoughts on this? What is the best oil, seed oils, or anything like that? Any views on that, or is it better to just not have any? Maybe that's the best way to go, right? Less is more sometimes.
Me too.
That's why I watch my weight. I watch what I eat. I try to take care of myself. Here are the numbers that really scare me, though. And 66% of adults, 38% of teens, and we'll put this up on the screen, they have prediabetes.
I didn't order
that. You did not order that. Well, let's put it looks great.
I did want to mention that because I think they brought this up for Kennedy, this milkshake, because this is part of their brand, their branding, everything. But yeah, he's like, I didn't order that, and I don't blame him for saying that. I don't know who would order that. It's a lot of sugar. It's a lot of fake sugar, and he's Kennedy. Just be happy Kennedy is okay with the French fries here, because we haven't even gotten into where do the buns come from? Where does the beef come from? Where does the vegetables come from? Where's all of the other things that are on that burger? Where do they all come from? But you can see Kennedy is working his way up. He's just happy that, hey, they're using beef tallow here in their French fries. That's a first step. But then they bring him this and he's like, nope. All the sugar, all that, and there's just so much bad stuff there. So it's a good start to have beef tallow in our French fries. But let me read what Rick says here. I'm not a big oil fan, to be honest. Not sure what one is best, so I don't use any. I think that's the best way to use. The best oil is no oil. But if you are going to use oil, we use olive oil. We use coconut oil. I use coconut oil on my hair, on my head. I'm dealing with this like very dry scalp on my here. So I've been using that. But yeah, we try not to use oil either. We don't use a lot of oil in this stuff, but when they're cooking this stuff, I mean, this just shows how bad these oils are, these seed oils. And it's not like a lot of them are not natural seed oils, they're processed. It's all just junk and garbage. So Kennedy is starting from the bottom and going up. He's not saying we should be up here and you should only support these and don't go here and don't go there. He understands where people are, and like this is for some people, they can't afford anything else. They can't afford, to go out to a restaurant. They can't afford to even buy a lot of these foods here. So it's a good start, I think. It's not the end all be all, but I love what Kennedy is doing by going here to these fast food places. And what he's going to talk about is how do we give incentives to these companies so that they can make good products with healthy food, with local, hopefully get back to local food. So everything you see on here on this plate is all local French fries, if possible, local vegetables, something should be local. So how do we incentivize these companies to do something like this? But obviously Kennedy is not going to drink that milkshake, but that's it. I mean, the place is called what? Steak and Shake or something like that.
I'm sure one of our guys. Would anyone like a free shake? Anyone? We got to be somebody in here. But I want to go back. Yeah, you want?
He doesn't even want it next to him.
Okay, 80% of American adults, 50% of teens are overweight and obese. We have an obesity epidemic in this country. 77%, according to the Pentagon, Americans do not qualify for the military because of their health.
I want to go back to
40% do not qualify, according to the Pentagon.
I just want to put that up there. That's crazy. That is ridiculous. In the U.S., just in the USA. How is that not one of the greatest threats to our country? Rick says coconut oil is amazing for you. I take some every day, but don't use oil to cook with. Yeah, it's good. If you need an oil, if you need something, and I've been doing less, cooking with oil personally, but I would say olive oil, avocado oil is okay, but definitely the best oil is no oil. Coconut oil works amazingly on my skin. And so, yeah, I've been very, very happy with it on my skin here, especially in this dry weather. All right, I'm just waiting for the stream because there we go. It's having a little buffering issue. Seems to be gone.
Americans do not qualify for the military because of their health. 40% of our teenagers struggle with anxiety now and depression.
Which there are studies coming out of Stanford and Harvard that show a lot of mental illness, including anxiety and depression, are related to food. And that changing your diet, food is medicine. By changing your diet, you can lose some of those diagnoses. And this, Sean, is a uniquely American problem. This is not happening like it is here elsewhere in the world. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans were obese. As you pointed out, it's now close to 80% of adults, 50% of children. But in Japan, it's still 3%. Because they don't eat this.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Don't they?
Japan, that must be the sushi. That's got to be the sushi. Why they're not? It's that seafood diet.
Live on average 10 years longer than men here.
Yeah, and this generation of our kids is the first generation in 200 years that is going to have a shorter lifespan than their parents.
Scary.
We are letting down these kids, and there's a moral issue here, and we need to start grappling with it because it's a moral issue, it's a financial issue. The healthcare costs are going to sink us, and the only way that we're going to solve it is by changing what we eat.
As Health and Human Services Secretary, and there is great paranoia and fear. You're going to force people You're going to take things away from people. You're going to force companies to do what, this Steak and Shake is freely decided to do. That's not the case.
Oh, I mean, I'm a libertarian outlook. People should be able to make their own choices. If you want to eat a donut or seed oils, you should be able to. You should be able to exercise informed choice. You should know what that product is, what's in your food, and what the health impacts are. And that's all we're going to do.
Yeah.
We're going to incentivize we're going to incentivize companies to be transparent. And we're going to inform Americans about what's making them sick. Nobody wants to be sick.
I don't want to be sick.
And Steak and Shake just switched out. And people are raving about these French fries. You taste them.
They're
I
amazing.
taste them.
They really are. I'm not. This is not.
When I was a kid, I traveled in Europe. Europe is great. Always had great food. The French fries were always a disappointment because we had the best French fries here. They had pommes frites over there, and they just didn't taste right. Today, the best French fries in the world are in Europe. I order them every time I go to Belgium or France or any place else. And the French fries here just don't taste right. And you taste these, it's a completely different experience. And the customers are raving about it. Other companies, Steak and Shake has been great. We're very grateful for them for RFKing the French fries. They turned me into a verb. But also Popeyes.
By the way, a plastic straw. Thank you. Thank God. I can't stand those paper straws. I hate them.
You hate to see turtles, right?
They turned me into a verb. Sorry, I want to go back to that a little bit. I thought that was a good line. They turned.
I hate them.
You hate to see.
Let me see. I know I have to go back a little bit.
Plastic straw. Thank you.
I missed it.
Thank
you. Steak and Shake has been great. We're very grateful for them for RFKing the French fries.
They turned me into a verb. I just love that. That's going in the second book. That's got to go in the second book. That was just awesome. And I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the plastic straws or plastic anything, even BPA free, all of that stuff. Like, you don't need a straw. Just drink it out of the freaking glass. But I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's a start. It's a start. It's not the best start. It's nothing, but Kennedy is starting from the ground up. And I like
but
that.
Also Popeyes.
By the way, a plastic straw. Thank you. Thank God.
I mean, really, Sean Hannity. I can't stand Sean Hannity. I cannot stand this guy. The plastic straw thing. He can take the plastic straw and put it somewhere where the sun don't shine. But it's again, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna play a little bit more.
Can't stand those paper straws. I hate them.
You hate to see turtles.
Why? Who needs what do you need a straw for? Unless you're a baby. Unless you're a baby who doesn't know how to drink from a cup, what do you need a straw for? I've never understood that. If you're on a road trip or something like that, okay, I get it. And you're in a car and you don't want to spill it or anything. But really, a straw, you really need a straw. You're gonna thank God for a straw. I don't know. Oh, Sean Hannity triggering me once again. I can't stand the guy. Can't stand him.
But Popeyes, Outback, Sweet Greens, Buffalo Wild
Wings.
Yeah, they've all made the switch, or they're in the transition of making the switch.
That's a big
deal. We want to do everything that we can to incentivize these companies to be transparent.
That's a big deal because those are big companies. You're going to see, at least in the USA, you're going to see those, the Wild Wings, Popeyes are big. The Outback Steakhouse, like all that stuff is big. If those companies can learn to change, and like he's going to say, you need to incentivize them. You need to make it profitable for them. Give them a reason to do it, and they'll do it. These are business people. If it's not in the best interest of their business, they're not going to do it. That's why they haven't been doing it. If the regulations say, hey, you cannot feed people poison, well, that changes everything. This is where Kennedy comes in and says, you can't feed people poison. We're going to call you out on that. and your business is going to shut down, or you need to start thinking about changing your business model right now before it gets to that point, because it's coming. It is coming. Rick says, I only need a straw if I drink standing up because I can't tilt my head back because of my neck being fused. Okay, I can understand that, right? But I mean, obviously, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, a few people using straws, people who need the straws, I totally get it. But Sean Hannity doesn't need a straw to drink. He doesn't. I don't. But you make a great point, because there are people that do need that. And what would you prefer, Rick? Would you prefer a paper straw or a plastic straw? With the chemicals and everything. And I don't know why anybody would prefer a plastic straw. I don't understand it. The paper straw makes sense to me. You use it once and you forget about it. The metal straw, we have metal straws here, but it messes up the taste of everything too. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on what type of straw, since you are a straw man. Rick is now my favorite straw man here, but he makes a very good point. He only, I only need a straw if I drink standing up because I can't tilt my head back because of my neck being fused. Obviously, that's a great reason to need a straw, which I've never heard. I'm all good when sitting down because I can lean back a little bit. No straw. There you go. But yeah, but I think you bring up a great point. Great point there about these straws. People need straws. Let's make straws great again, Rick. And how do we do that? Paper works. Paper works for me. I use metal straws at times, but the taste, yeah. No, I've used metal straw. If I'm drinking water, like good water, pure water, because I love drinking pure water out of a metal can, a metal container. So drinking it out of a metal straw, no problem at all. I think it's going to be the best taste, but you cannot drink orange juice out of a metal straw. It ain't going to work. If you see in The Office, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, paper works. Paper works. You use it, you throw it away. I'm not a fan of plastic straws. I don't understand. I don't like it. It's chemicals here. So, anyways, but you don't need it. I mean, Sean Hannity does not need to drink out of a straw. It's just, I don't know. Don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on why he's drinking out of a straw. All right, let me continue a little bit more.
And to switch over from ultra processed food and to be part of this movement to make America healthier. The seed oil is one of the components of processed foods, and that is, all the science indicates that ultra processed foods are the principal culprit. And this extraordinary explosion, the epidemic we have of chronic disease. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans have chronic disease. Today, 60% do. We have 66% of adults are diabetic or pre-diabetic, 38% of teens. When you and I were kids, Sean, the average pediatrician would see one case of juvenile diabetes in his lifetime over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. Diabetes and other mitochondrial diseases are now costing America more than our military budget. We spend 2 to 3 times on healthcare what other countries do, and we have the worst outcomes. And we have the best medical system in the world. We are poisoning ourselves, and it's coming from principally these ultra-processed foods. And what we're trying to do, and this President Trump,
we are poisoning ourselves. That's a big, big thing. And yes, straws do trigger me. But I'll tell you, you know what triggers me, Rick? Yes. A person, drinking a straw, unless you have a valid reason, like Crip Rick does. And he's changed my view on straws now. My view on straws has changed. We can make straws great again. But for the most part, I don't believe people really need straws. Most people do not need straws. If you have a reason for it, like Crip Rick, totally get it, understand it, But what triggers me the most is Sean Hannity with the straw, because he triggers me already. Sorry. All right, I'll continue on.
Wants us to have radical transparency and to incentivize companies like this one to switch to traditional ingredients like beef tallow. The most profitable thing in our country today is a sick child, and you have the food industry making them sick, and then the chronic, and then the pharmaceutical industry profiting. If you have a kid with chronic disease, like diabetes, is a lifetime customer of very, very expensive interventions. Right now, 74% of Americans are obese. There's a bill before Congress that is being paid for by the company, is lobbying by the company that makes Ozempic, Novo Nordisk, the biggest company in Europe. And they've got Republicans and Democrats now signed onto this bill that would make Ozempic available for every American who's obese. The cost of that alone will be $3 trillion a year. A third of that, we could buy organic food 3 meals a day for every man, woman, and child in our country, and there would be no diabetes.
Wow. Happening today, RFK Jr. is planning to meet with senior executives from leading food companies like General Mills and PepsiCo. That is according to Politico. Kennedy says those companies are responsible for harming Americans' health, including chronic illness in children. Kennedy has vowed to overhaul the government's approach to food dyes and other chemicals.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. More potential Fed.
Yeah, so there is that. There is that. Well, I don't know how much more I have here. Yeah, I'll play a little bit more of this.
So before this event today, when's the last time you bought a new car?
Well, I buy a lot through my children because they run the company now. I used to buy a lot. I haven't bought a new car in a long time.
What was your first car?
The only thing I know is the Beast. I got a big car with very thick windows and thick side panels.
Is that going electric? Is this going electric?
We buy a lot of cars. Actually, I bought this one for Kai.
Yeah. Do you remember your first car?
I like that question. I like the question. Do you remember your first car? He doesn't address it or anything. He probably hasn't been driving cars for that long, so that's kind of that may trigger me more than people using straws. Trump does not. He does not drive. I don't know why that bothers me so much, but he does not drive. Anyways, I'll go a little bit longer. I was hoping maybe Eric may jump in here, or Kriprick, if you want to jump in here too. Maybe go another 15, 20 minutes here.
About the electricity surcharge, and you said you were pleased about that. Will you make a different decision now about the tariffs on Canada? Will you reduce it?
At that, but probably so. Yeah, he was a gentleman. He was a gentleman. Look, I said it before. We give Canada $200 billion a year. We subsidize Canada between all of the things we give them and trade. We give them. We don't have to have cars made in Canada. We don't have to have lumber from Canada. We have tremendous lumber. We have tremendous trees. All I have to do is unfreeze them from some of the restrictions that were put on. I can do that with an executive order. We don't need energy. We have more energy than anybody else in the world. So we spend $200 billion a year subsidizing Canada. We don't have to do that. And frankly, the way that gets solved is Canada should honestly become our 51st state. We wouldn't have a northern border problem. We wouldn't have a tariff problem. They don't have much. They spend very little, as you know, the least of almost anybody on military. And we spend the most of anybody on military. We have a great military. I rebuilt the military during my first time. We're going to have to rebuild it a little bit again. Not that much, but we're going to have to rebuild it a little bit again. But Canada would be great as our cherished 51st state. You wouldn't have to worry about borders. You wouldn't have to worry about
anything. That'd be awesome, right?
And by the way, Canada is very highly taxed, and we're very low tax. we're considered a low tax nation because of me, because I cut the taxes so low. So the people of Canada would pay much less tax. It makes
Rick, do you pay a lot of taxes in Canada? As a person who lives in Canada, I'm always curious to hear this because it sounds like you're not, you don't want to become a 51st state here. But I'm very curious. All joking aside, what are your thoughts on that? And just drop it in the chat, and I'll throw it up here, and we can chat about it. But becoming the 51st state, like, what is it going to hurt? Like, these tariffs that Trump is going to put on Canada, what is it going to hurt you? What is it going to hurt you? Why not become the 51st state? What do you think of the new person who's taken over your country now that Justin Trudeau is gone? And there's this other dude, which I have not researched, so I have no idea what I'm talking about, or if it's even official, but there's a new guy out there. It seems like he's going to take over everything, and he's pretty anti-Trump. And then all of a sudden, he's like, "Yeah, no, it's cool. We'll do whatever you want." So where do we go from here? What is the best relations with Canada and the USA? I think it should be WrestleMania. Just WrestleMania. Let's have it out. Best Canadian wrestler, best USA wrestler, and if we win, then you join us. If Canada, if the best Canadian wrestler wins, then we go our separate ways. Oh hell yeah, we get taxed heavy. Well, okay, so why not? I mean, if you come and join us, sounds like if you believe Trump, you're not going to get taxed that much, right?
a lot of sense. And by the way,
Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
our cherished 51st state.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to worry about borders. You wouldn't have to worry about
no borders,
anything.
Rick. You're
And
good.
by the way, Canada is very highly taxed, and we're very low tax. We're considered a low tax nation because of me, because I cut the taxes so low. So the people of Canada would pay much less tax. It makes a lot of sense. And by the way, when you take away that artificial line that looks like it was done with a ruler, and that's what it was. Some guy sat there years ago and they said, "Rah." Well, when you take away that and you look at that beautiful formation of Canada and the United States, there is no place anywhere in the world that looks like that. It's
Greenland.
and then if you add Greenland, that's even. That's pretty good. It's gonna look beautiful. Okay. I'm going to look at this. I'm going to make a decision. You want
Greenland would be
okay.
Greenland would be awesome too. I know I'd prefer Canada because I think we'd have a lot more wrestling shows, and it'd be good for wrestling. Personally, my wife says it'd be good for some of the products that she buys. A lot of the products she buys from Canada, directly from Canada, so it'd be great. And I think all of this would be great. Why not join us? The problem is the Queen. The real issue that Trump hasn't talked about, that we're not talking about, is Canada is technically under the Queen of England, or the King now of England, right? They're under the English rule. Well, they'd have to move away from that. Is that what they want to do? Are they happy with that? Why not be under, someone who's right below you than someone who is way on the other side here? And I'm going to bring in my good friend Eric Spitfire Wilkinson, because Eric, why should we not have Canada as the 51st state? Why would Canada want to be under the British rule when they are so far away? They're on the other ocean. We got this beautiful ocean right here that separates the USA, Canada, and Alaska.
You might as well. 90% of the population live on the border. 90% of believe it or not, Canada's population lives on the border. Might as well just make it. Yeah,
just make it done, right? I'm trying to tell Rick. I'm trying to tell Rick, hey, let's do this. Just join us, man. Come on, join us. We're the greatest nation here. Let's just do this. Like, why would you want to be under the rule of someone? Of the British rule that is way far away from you, when you could just be right here with us, You'll get less taxes. You'll be one of our states, and you get all of the benefits that our states have. How do we convince Canada to join us? Why? I mean, aside from wrestling.
What's up, Rick?
What's up, Rick? How are you, my brother?
Ah, man, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing all right. Doing all right.
Still above ground and shit.
It's another rough day here, but just glad to be here, blessed to be here, and thank you for joining me. I definitely appreciate that. Looks like you got a new haircut. Well, I'm about 8 months into mine.
Battle lines.
All right, I saw the battle lines here. What's new on the boxing world here? Anything new?
No, I mean, I'd rather talk about current events.
Okay. All right. Cool. We'll talk about that too, because the Tesla thing. I've been looking at this because I've never been a Tesla fan. I'm never going to be a Tesla fan ever. Right. But I do like what Trump says. If people want choices, that's fine. Make sure that you understand what it is, how safe they are and how unsafe they are, how much they blow up too. And depending on where you live, if it's really cold, it really seems like if you have a Tesla, it may not work out that well for you too. But to give people choices, and what's really cool is that even though Trump has bashed Tesla and has bashed the whole electric vehicle thing, I got a hybrid myself, so I'm a hybrid guy. I like the hybrids. I love my hybrid.
I have a hybrid myself.
Yeah, the hybrid is awesome. The hybrid is great. You get the best of both worlds there.
Right.
But Trump has even bashed
Never
that,
go
and
full electric though.
I don't think so.
Did you have problems with your electric during the winter? I mean, ours didn't charge sometimes, and I'm like, what do people do that are fully electric when this happened? Ours wouldn't charge several days because
we had a very warm winter this year, which I was shocked that it was so warm. I was expecting a little more.
Well, we're just about done. We had a pretty cold winter, but
yeah,
like we're hitting 70 on 72 is the high on Saturday. That's middle of March, so I'm guessing.
How do you deal with those lakes? With the lakes when do they ice over and everything? Like, how do you know when it's safe to ice skate? Because I would never ice skate on a real lake. I'm always scared I'm gonna fall through.
Yeah, I mean, if it starts getting warm, I just stay away from it.
Do you ever have any like work
you can do? But yeah, just
like, how do they know that? Okay, the ice is safe to go ahead and ice skate on. Like,
too many dumb ways to die, my friend, and that's one of them.
I know. It's like, well, you know what? I'd rather like have ice where I know, like, if I fall through, it's gonna be grass.
You know what? I'd rather have ice deporting motherfuckers who are here illegally, but that's just me.
I'm with you on that.
I digress. Oh, we were talking about slipping on the ice.
No, that's the best type of ice. The best type of ice is the one that gets rid of, and the one that keeps vanilla ice. You keep vanilla ice in the USA, and I'm all good. I'm all good. Because
so give me a moment here, and I got some new clips as usual, and I think I figured out where the echo thing and having to change the settings constantly. I think I figured it out.
No way.
I believe it was the browser. So
that's a game changer.
It really is.
That's a game changer, man.
I think it was the browser I was using. So I'm trying a different browser. If it happens again, then that's not it.
Dude, if you can figure that out, that's a game changer because
because I think I got the rest of the audio figured out pretty, it's coming through pretty okay.
It always comes through great until I start talking. Then when I start talking, it messes up.
All right. Well, I'll find it. Give me a sec here. Maybe if you want to play a clip and I'll get all my stuff together.
All right, sir. I'm gonna play a little clip here. Let's see what Rick says. My neighbor bought a Tesla, and trust me, my nerves were shot when I'm going down the highway having the car do the yeah. There you go. Well, let's see, because here we have President Donald J. Trump, who is gonna get his first Tesla. And I know, I hope Eric is still listening. I may not comment right now, but
I'm
Trump
still listening.
he can't drive a car. Trump cannot drive a car. So he is going to buy a Tesla, but he cannot drive this thing. This is the most fascinating thing. I'm going to play a little bit of this. I'm going to go and take a little break, and we'll come right back. And then Eric is going to have some awesome clips, as he always does. And we're going to test the audio to make sure that I'm not echoing like I'm Phil Collins on steroids. We'll be right back here.
What's your best of these cars? What do you think?
Well, the car that I drive is the Model S Plaid.
Which is that one?
That red one in the middle.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's 0 to 60 miles an hour in 2 seconds. It's faster than a Ferrari.
That's pretty fast. I don't know if my people can handle this. They're gonna be using it more. I'm not allowed to use it. That's a fast one.
Just to be clear,
That's
so
beautiful.
the 50%, is that going to go into effect on Canada or no?
Which one?
The 50% tariffs?
I'll let you know about it. Yeah, I'll let you. But I appreciated his call. I thought it was nice. This is beautiful. Whoa! Should I get in?
Get in.
Okay. Let me get in this second.
On the Tesla?
Do you want my notes?
Yeah.
They gave me notes. I said, I'm not Biden. I don't need notes.
Yeah. I can take it.
Thank you. Let me get into this sector. I'll watch Secret Service go crazy. Thank you.
I mean, if you actually drove it around, it
Oh,
really
that's
well.
Wow.
I get into the other side.
That's beautiful. This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer. That's beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, it's just a brake and an accelerator.
I don't want to.
You give Secret Service a heart attack.
That's beautiful.
Can you start it?
Should I? I'll
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna get around the hole. So, do you want to actually drive it?
You don't want me to drive it, do you?
If you're aiming to build a career that makes a difference, Carrington College Boise campus is here to support you. Our specialized healthcare programs give you hands-on training and real-world experience, so you'll be prepared for a job you can really be proud of. We're all about helping you gain the skills.
All right, I don't know what happened there. Then come back here. Don't see any.
We're going to stop them.
Okay.
We catch anybody doing it because they're harming a great American company. You know, I've stuck up for the NFL. I've stuck up for a lot of American companies and other companies, but American companies. I did a very big favor for the NFL. I do favors for all. When you heard an American company, especially a company like this, supplies so many jobs that others are unable to do, when you do that, those people are going to go through a big problem when we catch them. And we have you get a lot of cameras up. We already know who some of them are. We're going to catch them. And they're bad guys. They're the same guys that screw around with our schools and universities, the same garbage. And no, we're going to catch them. And let me tell you, you do it to Tesla and you do it to any company, we're going to catch you and you're going to go through hell. Okay.
What do you tell CEOs tonight at the Business Roundtable?
Well, I have a roundtable to make it a little while. I just consider this much more important because I want to buy one of these. My whole staff is so excited because I told them they're going to safely use them, and they can't believe it. So, Margot, wherever you are, Margot, She's going to use it. They're all going to be using it, and they're going to have a good time using it. And if I can, oh, there you are, Margo. Look at Margo's right there. What are you, a member of the press now? I think she's become a member of the press. Takes great pictures. What do you think of it, Margo? Do you like the idea?
I love it.
Okay, good.
We're gonna have fun.
They're very happy.
Mr. President, your comments the other day not ruling out a potential recession seemed to rattle the stock markets. The Commerce Secretary said there wouldn't be one.
Just so you know.
Just specifically on the recession.
Yeah, I think this country, I don't see it at all. I think this country is going to boom. But as I said, I can do it the easy way or the hard way. The hard way to do it is exactly what I'm doing, but the results are going to be 20 times greater.
I love how he's not afraid to
And
answer
remember,
questions.
Trump is
He doesn't
always
run.
right. And what do you say? If you look at what I've said over the last 10 years, Trump has been right all the time. This is the way to do it. We're going to make America great again. You know, to make it great, you have to have jobs, you have to have factories, you have to have. I look at some of the things that, like this last administration, he was the worst president in the history of our country. Nothing was happening. Nothing. He had no idea what was going on. Our country went to hell. And then to allow millions of people to come in that are prisoners and mental institution patients and all of the things, gang members, drug lords, we're searching them all down now, trying to get them out of our country.
And we will get them out. No problem with that. No issues with that. Yeah, crazy town. That's right. We're going to go. I'm going to add this. Let me see. How do I add this here? Wait, what does this say? Oh, okay. I think I have to remove mine. There we go. Okay.
Oh, oops. I should put that on my avatar.
How dare you, sir? Bill to ban trans athletes from girls and women's sports fails in Senate. What? Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Can't make this
Really?
shit up. Sure want some of them French potatoes. Mm-hmm.
Come on. Why?
This was 1 week ago, so things could have changed.
I got asked by Democrats all the time, Charlie, why did we lose the election?
Sound coming through okay?
Yep. Coming through good.
Echoes?
I think I'm still echoing.
You are?
I think so.
Damn it.
Because I'm Mexican.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Because we don't dress up in dresses and go to events like this.
I feel okay. Now I think you're just a liar. You said you liked my dress.
Nobody likes.
That's a good question, actually. That's a great question. But I don't care. I got asked by.
Now let me try something else here. One more thing, because I was listening to the backup monitor. What if I do this and then come back here?
Oh.
Can you but can you still hear
events like this?
Hear the audio?
Okay. Now I think you're just a liar.
Oh, you can?
Yep, I can.
So that was it. It was the browser window. And you're not echoing?
I'm not echoing. I can't hear myself.
And you can hear this too?
You said you liked my.
So there it is. It was the browser window. So anyway, yeah, this is, I mean, come on, folks. What does this look like to you?
You know what that looks like to me? A bad cupcake.
Strawberry shortcake.
Strawberry fat.
So this is something I wanted to share with you, Greg, because you play music and such. This is insane what this guy does with his voice. Like, remember the dude from Police Academy, the black dude? Who was
yes.
Like,
That's awesome.
Yeah. This dude is like sinking back into the bushes. Like, yeah, I'm not even on this level. Wait till you hear this, man. Oh, he's using the same mic as myself, but I digress.
Baby, cause I'm back again. Boom, 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 boom. I can
his fucking voice, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, right? Crazy, right? No auto tune, nothing, just him. And a badass mic.
Yeah, and a good mic.
Loving her till darling.
Voice is amazing.
Riding high when I was scared. Playing hard and fast 'cause I had everything. I drug away to pull me down. Easy come and easy go, into earth. So anytime I need you.
Come on, man.
Anytime I need you. Me.
How does he time that up, though?
Seek you. Let me go. I blend Nancy. Just let me go. I'm on my knees when I'm begging. 'Cause I don't wanna lose you.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Isn't that insane, man?
I love it. I
Like
love it.
freaking being a fan of music. That's just
No, I love it. I used to, because you as a rapper, as an artist, you hear things in your mind and you can't get it out because I don't know how to do the piano, I don't know how to do the music and everything.
right.
But this guy
guy's just got it all out.
he understands that. He's like I don't know if he's a musical artist either, if he can
There's
touch
a few
piano.
right? I've been scrolling through here, get him on America's Got Talent. Yep, I definitely. But I mean, my God,
That's amazing. That's amazing.
yeah, it's a whole different level of beatboxing.
I love it. I love it.
Hello? Hello?
Just my my I don't know 50 pieces of evidence about Casey Anthony in case you want to go back to that.
But you were saying she was free. I think the last time we talked, she's out, right?
Yeah, she changed her account and on TikTok to a different account, and
How
she
is
has
she on
50,000
TikTok?
subs right now,
Dude,
and
that's so crazy.
she's only put up 2 videos. Yeah, I
That's so
don't,
crazy.
bro.
But you know what? She probably saw all those crazy people that were out there, like, because Eric has been playing a lot of that stuff where these crackheads that are begging for money in Detroit that live pretty
Yeah,
close
those two
to
have
where
they've been in jail for the last month. They finally got scooped up on warrants.
Yeah, but
Like, I'm
people
not
just
sure
look
how long
at
they
their
thought they could
views.
beg for crack on YouTube before they get scooped up on their warrants, but
Isn't that crazy? But I mean, and this is why I don't know if TikTok is a good thing. What are your thoughts on TikTok?
I could care less if it goes away,
Me
but
too. Me too.
this is the follow-up on the banning of transgender athletes. A little more information.
Signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
Yeah.
3 years ago,
Up, it passed.
Peyton McNabb was
Sorry
an
about your luck.
all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury.
Have you heard this one yet?
Play it. Keep playing.
Have you heard it?
Yeah.
Fucking the dude smashed the ball in her head so hard it caused traumatic. What do you think a fucking female boxer would do to it, or male boxer would do to it anyway?
Partially paralyzing her right side and ending
Paralyzed her right side.
her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal
funding. So as I've seen, there's only one state, the governor of Maine, that was trying to
I'm sure
protest.
you got that.
Other than that, it's passed everywhere. Is that correct, Greg? Is that what you're understanding?
No, I think in California, I think we're going to see a lot of our Democratic friends.
So, but one state. Other than that, the rest of the states are saying.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
My understanding was it was passed. It's for across the country.
I think it passed, but we're waiting. There's a lot of states that are they going to comply with it? They have time.
This it puts the word out that
yes, it does. Yes, sir.
That if you're trying to do this, it's not cool. We don't take your journey anywhere you want it, but don't take it into women's sports. How about that?
Well, that's where they want to take it. That's the problem.
Right. I love this. Look at this. DC's Black Lives Matter Plaza near White
Black Lives Matter
House.
Plaza near the
So
White
this is to be removed 6 days ago, but I have later footage where it is removed. So it's great.
House will be removed. A new mural
It's already moved.
project was announced following Republican threats to cut transportation funding if the plaza was not renamed.
Bye-bye.
Republican U.S. Representative Andrew Clyde introduced the bill to rename the plaza. Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said the plaza inspired millions through a very painful period.
Trying to do what?
I
Oh,
know,
look
it's so
at George
crazy.
Floyd right there. Look at the picture of George Floyd right there. Hey, folks, I got news for you. I am proud of George Floyd because he has almost 6 years clean and sober now.
But now we can't afford.
Did you get it? Do you know? Get it, Greg? No.
Get it, got it. Good.
to
Don't.
be distracted by meaningless
There's another one of George Floyd.
congressional interference. Bowser
Eric,
created the plaza.
let me ask you this.
A
Let me
rapist,
ask you this.
child abuser. Yeah. Uh-huh.
How many people do you think were out there? I mean, I would say maybe.
Let's look.
I can't know. How many people do you think were paid?
Couple hundred, 3, 4,
no,
maybe.
No, I'm talking about paid to be there.
Oh,
paid to be there,
couple hundred, 3, 4,
funded,
maybe.
funded by our
Look at that
government,
It's so
by
rich.
USA.
Wow.
George Floyd.
They freed the one officer. They let him go finally. Thank God.
It was considered a public act of defiance following Floyd's killing by a white police officer. She did not provide a timeline for next steps.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right,
next.
because he only killed him because he was white, and George Floyd was black.
Oh, keep going. I was just.
No, they have no idea how far they have taken this thing, where it's the black white thing, where it's not about, okay, it was a bad cop versus a good cop or anything like that. It's not about, well, these are bad. No, it's just they want us to just think this is
was a
racist
violent
thing.
criminal who had beat the hell out of the mommy of a pregnant woman. This guy is a bad dude, but we're gonna freaking raise him up in effigy. Give me a fucking break, man.
They tried and failed. Thankfully, they failed.
Bro, when we were young, we heard this song. We had no idea what it meant.
What's the song?
Don't ride the white horse. If you want to ride,
Look at her back here.
ride the white horse.
What are they talking about?
White horse. Don't ride the white horse. White horse.
What are they talking? You don't know what they're talking about?
No.
Cocaine, bro.
Cocaine.
The white horse? Yeah, you knew it.
Here's an amazing card trick that you can.
Yeah, we'll see that next time.
Do not feed the zebras.
Zebras are white.
Oh, here, have you heard about this? The NCAAs, the cheerleading championships.
No, why is it
Oh,
in
there's cheerleading championships, and it was found the two dudes fighting over the nachos knocked over some poles, and they're saying that there were gunshots. So you have all these nutty cheerleaders looking for attention, saying there were gunshots. It's like a false flag investigation that is not a false flag. It's insane, bro. You haven't looked into this yet, the NCAA?
No, I've never heard of this.
Oh yeah. It's the cheerleading championships in Dallas, and they're saying there was a gunman, and it's a big cover up, but there's no bullet holes. They found a bullet hole that was already investigated and found there years before. But yeah, you can't make this shit up. So now all these cheerleaders are going on there saying how traumatized they are because they thought there was a gunman. Because of mass hysteria. You haven't seen this yet?
No,
Greg,
no.
where have you been? You're always on the false flag. Yeah, this is hilarious because I mean we've been screaming false flag about a lot of these, but this one is different because these people are using it's their time to be the victim. They believe they're looking into the freaking they're investigating.
It sounds like they look into they look into other real false flags, and then they want.
It was found that two dudes had an argument over nachos, or they're eating. I don't know, but a couple like heavy poles fell, and you can hear it if you listen to it. I don't know if I have it on here. I wasn't even planning on covering this, But you can hear them fall, and you can even hear the ding, 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 ding as they fall and kind of bounce a bit. But these people are bound and determined to say they were in a shooter situation. Yep. Why is the NCAA and the police trying to hide the fact that there were gunshots? Everyone said they heard them. The curtain falling does not sound like gunshots. Okay, it wasn't a curtain. They were heavy rods, and you can hear them.
Well, that is true. A curtain falling
Right.
will not sound like gunshots.
This is one of your people trying to get freaking it's insane.
And she can't even get her camera
I'm
right.
trying a little bit more saved, maybe. More Casey Anthony, but this dude is my new freaking look at the talk about stage presence, bro. I've never seen anyone that has more fucking stage presence.
Dude, that's AI.
I mean, that dude is just. They're all trying.
Frankie Valli. You know who he looks
Have
like?
you seen this video yet? You've seen this, haven't you? You haven't seen this yet?
I've heard about it. Please play it.
Oh, this is great, dude.
Please play it.
They're doing like fucking Street
Choose your fighter.
Look at how bad she didn't even know how to make a fist. Yeah. All right, so let's critique this. She's rocking back and forth. She got her hands open. This one's got her like thumbs on. She'd break her thumbs because they're not even curled up where they're supposed to be. Yeah, they're not on
high heels.
This one again, she got her thumb up here, not curled around her fist like it's supposed to be. Did she break her fist too? This one, her thumbs are sticking out.
Where'd she jump out of? She's punching it.
Dude, I can't even believe this.
Wait, whoa. Are they all wearing high heels?
Yeah.
Let's look.
Because if you're gonna get ready for a fight,
kinda. She's wearing boots. She's wearing some ice.
Yeah. Gonna choose your fighter. I'm not gonna choose any fighter.
Bro.
Sorry,
bro.
That ain't gonna happen.
This is Nevada's 3rd congressional district. President of communities in the schools in Nevada, 2 sprained fingers. Oh, they
and a bad hairdo.
There's AOC. Truckee. Youngest black woman elected to Honduras, co-founded the Black Maternal Office, H balloons.
What was the point? What was their point? Because I've heard about this. So
they're coming to fight, man.
To fight who?
Their nickname's too sweet. I don't know, man. That's fucked up.
To fight a trans?
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation.
Nancy Pelosi, she's doing her part of the State of the Union.
To secure
Where's my vodka?
Border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
That's it.
Where's my vodka? Shooty Jessica Wu, bento box queen, mommy of the center, sleep deprived.
They have really hit rock bottom. This is the Democrats' latest attempt at social media.
All these states highlighted. Are you ready to? You'll have your power turned off. Canada not playing.
What are they thinking?
My comment is at the top here. It says, "I believe everything the TV tells me as well." Nice to meet you. Oh, dude. Why do they look like they're about to lay a trap for Batman? They kind of do.
I always have my pacifier. I feel like
Democrats after a long day protesting Trump.
when I'm wearing a diaper, that it's like a constant hug from mom. I like to have a bottle each night when I go to bed, and gotta have my.
What's your name?
Toby with an I, with an accent over the I, and a little line over the O, so you know it's a long vowel sound and not a short one. And sometimes I like to dot the I with a little smiley face or a heart or something. Something to brighten the reader's day.
I asked you what your name was.
Honey, you keep that up. It's whatever you want it to be.
Of course, back then, the South was a very different place than it is today. A backward place where they didn't believe in science and hated others just for being different. Time has a way of changing a place and its people.
Excuse me. Hi. Yeah. Is there like a human resources guy we could talk to? I have a work-related grievance.
What?
Well, the quarter's too crowded, the hours are long, and, I don't like to be this guy, but a couple of the overseers have been making racial slurs.
This guy, dude. I can't get enough of him.
I need you to brace yourself.
More Casey Anthony.
It is not a criminal violation to enter the country illegally.
Oh, yeah, you seen this?
No, this is great. Play this.
Yep.
It's not a criminal. It's a crime. It's not a crime, which is why they're so frustrated because they really
Listen, if they fit in to enter, it's not a crime.
want our local law enforcement
They didn't do nothings.
to go out and round
Right. Not a crime to enter the country illegally.
people when they could be looking out for the murderers and the sexual abusers as well.
Looking out for them?
Those are the ones that are the.
They want them to go and round people up on civil accusations.
No, they're rounding people up because it is a crime to enter the country illegally, and the people that are entering the country illegally are usually criminals. There are a lot of good people that want to get in here, and
anyone who's entering the country illegally is a criminal. I mean, I
think that's
you
very.
cannot enter. Go to another country and try to enter illegally. See how that works out for you.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. Deport them. They really think this is a good idea. That's what's crazy.
The only one who made a correct fist is her.
If Trump would have lost in 2024, this would have been the government here.
Hey, Susie Lee, she took some Taibo classes at least. At least she's making a proper fist.
She's still wearing
kickboxing.
She's still wearing heels.
I know.
You can't fight nobody in heels. I mean, come on, Eric. You've seen these ghetto videos. They take the heels off. They throw those heels. That's the first thing you do. You throw your heels, so now you got a game plan.
You can use a heel to fucking take somebody's eye out, man.
Right.
Shit,
I mean, you're not gonna keep those heels on. Come on.
Here's another Casey Anthony thing. This one's very interesting because this is Casey Anthony's cellmate that finally comes forward. Why didn't she come forward with this immediately? Why didn't the defense or the prosecution interview this person who is Casey's cellmate and fricking get her information? But Casey actually admitted to her what's up. Let's play a little bit of this.
To knock the baby out so she can go party. And she would put her to sleep. And then
She used to knock the baby out to go party. It's Casey Anthony's former cellmate who was never fucking brought into the court.
What state did that case happen in? Do you remember?
Oh, I forgot. I can look it up real quick though.
Yeah, I just want to ask only because there were a lot of states that were not focused on things they should have been focused on and focused on prosecuting their political opponents. I want to make sure this state wasn't one. I think this was Texas, if I remember correctly.
I think so too, but let me just look it up. Yeah, I went down the rabbit hole huge in this one.
It's so hard for me to, anything that deals with children, man. I have a hard time.
Orlando, Florida.
Okay, well that's even worse. Like,
yeah,
what the heck is going on? I mean,
Anyway,
yeah, okay.
That's some cray going on right here. But why? Again, I have to question why this person wasn't interviewed and this information never came out.
Still be asleep and
or is it true?
I mean, the only reason why this person would come out now, there's really no reason. It would have been she would have come out for the prosecution and made a deal.
Or maybe
Normally,
maybe her own.
why she hold this information is, and yeah, maybe she's making it up. Who fucking knows?
It's
Probably not.
innocent, and I can prove it. Casey Anthony's went missing, and she spent hours with police on a wild goose chase, leading them to Universal Studios, where she said she worked, only for authorities to find out she hadn't worked there in years.
Fucking how does this person get
But
off?
Casey did work tirelessly with cops to help find the nanny who took her daughter, Kaylee, only for camera footage to show Casey Anthony at the movie rental store having the time of her life at the time she was supposedly dropping her daughter off with the nanny. Okay, forget.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Before we get the results,
Here's the parent. The parents took a lie detector because Casey Anthony's now accusing the dad of abusing her sexually, emotionally, physically. And so Casey Anthony wouldn't take a drug or take a lie detector test. The parents did, and they passed. Yeah,
And but was that given by the cops?
I don't
By
know.
the authorities? Because usually-
Casey Anthony wouldn't take one. They did at least. She wouldn't even take one because
yeah, but those usually aren't admissible in court, right?
no, they're not admissible in court. Liberals are planning a coup. Look out, folks.
Okay, guys, quick update. Insider just told me there is a lot of activity getting ready to go down right now.
Greg, you ready for this?
No, but I want that.
An insider told her there's a lot of activity getting ready to go down now.
They're getting people.
I want that gold hat.
They're getting people in positions.
I want that guy's hat.
A follower reach out to me regarding the military base that she lives on, and she said that there's a lot of activity there. Our base has a lot of
The
activity.
military who loves Trump's going to go against him. Okay.
There have been 4 Black Hawk helicopters, several
Bro.
jets, and several
Yeah.
Steamers full of equipment taking off today. I'm hoping that today is the day. However, it may be
That was
tomorrow,
yesterday, by the way.
but it looks like they're moving
Could be.
very quickly and they're taking this seriously. So be on the lookout. I will update you as soon as I can. Insider said it is time
Dude, I need to drop down that video. Dun, 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 dun.
for us to initiate.
They're coming.
Okay, so let's do this, guys. Let's.
Nope. None of that is true at all. We're not even going to talk about it. You know what? We're going to talk about it. Really? That's what you guys are settling with? You guys are just going to make things up. Well, this is the party that. Never mind. And while we're at it, what is the C4 and why are we loading it with things? I don't think that's what those airplanes are.
So she was saying that there's going to be a coup in the
Yep. That's it's happening.
Really?
It's happening.
I will never not be impressed by how unintelligent and out of touch with reality the women of The View are.
When you come in and you say, oh, these men, these are men,
competing against
women, you're assuming.
Yep.
She looks like a Klingon. Now, I'm a big Whoopi Goldberg fan. Even though I'm obviously, I'm a Trump guy, I'm a Kennedy guy, but I love Whoopi Goldberg's as an actor in Ghost. She was awesome in Ghost.
Robert De Niro, a lot of left wing mother.
Yeah. I mean, so I can separate that. I can separate that from
them being a person.
Yeah, from them being a person. Yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations on being sane, my friend.
That the women are weak and just can't do anything.
She looks like a Klingon.
Have you seen?
She does look like a
female
Klingon.
It looks
athletes?
like
They know what they're doing. So
Fucking where's my hubby Worf?
I'm not sure what's going on or why this is an issue.
The level
Worf is ready to rapture that.
Right. Have you seen this track athlete that fucking banged the opponent in the head with their baton?
No, but I've heard about it. So yeah, let me see this. I've never seen this. And then she cried
I gave her a concussion. Watch
called her
it. She did it. And now she's saying that it was that's all I
Yeah,
got.
it was
for you.
racism, even though she's black, right? And
Everything else was like freaking 50 Casey Anthony videos. This
that's all
this
good.
one's always a classic here. When you mention to a liberal. Yeah, that's a classic. Like, I think I played everything. We did Jennifer Gardner reading the Pizza Party book last time. I think the only time I play these, the only time I go on YouTube is with you. So, yep, we did that. We did that. I think we did most of this.
Can you play some cowbell? I don't know. That may get me banned, but
Which one?
the cowbell. I need more cowbell. I need it.
You know, that it doesn't work for me. I have no cowbell. Don't blow the force, Gene. Don't sell this, Gene. Can I just say one thing? Say it, baby. Just say it. I'm standing here staring at rock legend Bruce Dickinson. The captain walk, baby. And if Bruce Dickinson wants more cowbell, we should probably give him more cowbell. Hey, baby. And Bobby, you are right. I am being selfish. But the last time I checked, we don't have a whole lot of songs that feature the cowbell. I gotta have more cowbell, baby.
I need more cowbell.
I'd be doing myself a disservice and every member of this band if I didn't perform the hell out of this.
Just trying not to break character. I love
Guess
this
what?
clip.
I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Eric, let me ask you this. Let's pause it right there. The cowbell thing is really this kind of just feels like this is Trump coming back and saying, you know, looking at his cabinet, looking at everybody that he wants to be a part of his second term. He's like, I need more cowbell, baby. He's bringing in all of these people, and he's saying, look, I need this person to do this. He needs more cowbell. And the cowbell is just to bring people to get the country back on track. When I look at that clip, it just always will remind me of just Christopher Walken playing Donald Trump, trying to get the country back on track. I need more cowbell. And they're like, look, if he needs more cowbell, let's give him more, man. He's the guy that we have chose. He's the guy who knows how to get this thing done. To me, the metaphor is always there.
You want to see some trans men playing with women here? This is a good one. If you can put it on full screen so you can see the size difference of these.
As you probably know, President Trump signed an executive order banning men from participating in women's sports just a few weeks ago. But as you could probably guess, blue states have decided they're simply not going to comply with this executive order. This happened in California this week.
The female Shaq, but
Thing
she's
that
a
never
male.
happened in Maine just last week. You can pause to breathe. But you know what happens when you have people, or in this case, states that don't comply with federal law, and you have a president in the White House who enforces the law? This.
I heard men are still playing in Maine. Is anybody here from Maine? Who is that? Is that the governor?
Cut off all
Well,
funding to Maine.
I hate to tell you this, but
No.
we're not going to give them any federal money. They are still saying we want men to play in women.
You heard this, right? Maine has been cut off from all federal funding for this.
Women's sports, and I cannot believe
Yep.
they're doing that.
Gonna find
They
the
are, let's find out.
It's a FAFO moment.
no,
guy
the
should raise his
one
hand.
is where he confronts the Maine governor. Go ahead and play this one. I'm gonna
Oh.
find that clip.
Yeah, I think I have that one, but yeah, that one was just about done. Seeing if there's anything I didn't play. Oh, here's a president so racist. President so racist got an award from Rosa Parks and Muhammad Ali for contributing so much to inner city black youth.
Right.
And so the left saying this is photoshopped here. Yeah, it's not. The music is appropriate. What is this? Oh, this is that guy with the wide eyes, dude.
Who is this guy?
They love Pentagram is the name of the band. Apparently they've been around a long time.
You know who he looks like? You're a Fleetwood Mac fan, I would assume.
What does he look like?
He looks like the drummer from Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah.
Like a IA version or a AI version of him.
Dude is a legend. Oh. When the libtards saw all the people at Walmart during their boycott. Oh, here you go. If fuck around and find out it was a person, governor remained arrested for defying Trump's law. So she's not arrested. She's been cut off from all federal funding and is under investigation.
2 people just ran into it.
Anyway, yeah, good stuff. Soulmate speaks out. Everybody hates Casey because she's horrible, mom. Who would have thought Casey Anthony could single-handedly unite the left and the right? Thought I saved way more than this. Interesting. I'll use a little jump roping in the meantime. You found it. Hello. Bueller.
Eric, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I had a question for you.
Mhm.
So, I have children. They're learning the jump rope. You're obviously doing awesome. Where do you start? Because they're doing it wrong. They want to go backwards, and I'm trying to teach. So, help me out, man.
Start by not letting them jump, just swinging it back and forth and getting the rhythm. And then jump in, then back and forth, and jump in,
They
back
just
and
getting
forth.
them just swing it back and
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Call them out. I mean, when they try to go backwards, they can only do it like a couple times and then they miss. It
It
always
just seems like they want to go like front. They want to start here and they want to go back. And I'm
Yeah.
trying to get them to
hands out here
start
like
back
this.
and go. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Just back and forth, then go in. Back and forth, open, back and forth, open.
Okay. All right. I'll try that. All right. Cool.
They're Mexican. They probably have some rhythm. They're not white, at least. I mean,
half and half. Yeah. We're halfies.
That's a big challenge if they're white. You're already halfway there.
Already halfway there.
Oh, get them the right kind of rope too.
But that's the other thing. It's like because
Get them a speed rope.
They're too big for them. So I try to like tighten them. Try to tell them,
Sure.
tighten
You
them
can
up on
tighten
your
them up.
wrist and everything
You can
like
tie 'em
that.
up.
But
They got to be the right kind of rope. The wrong kind of rope will make you hate roping. Well, I mean roping. So roping. Did you know this? Here's a fun fact.
It's too long. Go ahead.
Oh well, 18 minutes of roping or 6 3-minute rounds is equivalent to going 6 miles as fast as you can, as far as cardio. So it's a really quick, efficient way to burn calories. Because how long would it take you to go 6 miles? You can do that in 18 minutes on a rope. Just keep it going.
Keep it going, but
3 6-minute rounds or 6 3-minute rounds.
Yeah, that's been the thing is they want to go back, and I'm
Right.
trying to teach them to start forward, like, and so they
Yeah,
don't
make them
understand.
stay forward, so they can't go back. Just swing it back and forth,
Swing
and
it
it's
back,
gonna look
just-
all silly at first. Yeah, like a matador,
Okay.
over and under, something like that.
Okay. All right, yeah, because my daughter, she got laughed at, or she felt bad because she didn't know how to jump rope, and all the other kids did. So she wanted me to kind of know how to jump rope and everything. She wants to learn how to jump rope because all the
Oh,
other
really?
kids do, and she doesn't know how. I don't know how. I don't have the coordination. So that's why when I saw you jump roping now, it's like, man, how would you teach a young kid, how would you teach somebody who has never jump roped, and like where do you start?
Dance with the rope. Dance with it. Swing
Just
it back
grab
and
it and swing it around, kind of.
forth. Well, so keep it in front of you though, not backwards.
Yeah, that's what they want to go back. They want to go like this and then jump out. Like, no, you can't do that. They
Also,
don't
a lot of times what people do is they want to move their arms like this, where
I
I
wish
mean
they would.
that'll screw you up too. You just want to have them here like this.
Okay.
You don't want to ever do this because that'll just like this. It's all wrist.
Okay.
All on the wrist. Just
all on the wrist.
I know there's some lonely boys out there who know all about that.
All about the wrist. I think we've all been there as boys, as young boys. Hopefully, we're not still there. Hopefully, if you have this right here, if you have a ring on your finger, hopefully you're not. But you never know. But you never know. But yeah. Oh, that's good.
Timing up. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, well, we're, me and my wife, we want to get back into all that. We have young kids, and so we, as they get older, and we kind of move forward. We want to make sure we get everything has been about them for the last 5 years, the first 5, right? You want to make sure that you have that, but obviously we want to make sure that we're healthy, that we're in good shape too, and that's kind of where I am. That's where we want to be. So when I look at your videos and all that stuff, I was like, man, I can't even do that. Like I want to jump rope. I love jumping rope. Like I love doing this thing. I love doing all this stuff. Even just the baseball. I've been looking at some of the local things where can I just do like a batting cage thing. Like I want to be more active, but it's hard when you got a 9 to 5 and you got a kid and you got all this stuff. It's like, how do you just put that into your daily routine? Now you're a teacher, so you see that.
Well, you got to quit all. First of all, you got to quit all the drugs and alcohol because that makes it hard to stick.
Drugs, okay. Alcohol, wine, that ain't gonna happen. So for us who ain't gonna quit and drinking wine and want to balance it, just do a little bit.
All on the wrist, but sometimes big circles give a very, very different effect sensation. It does, but like if you watch my video, my wrists never come from here. They never move anywhere. They never move anywhere else but right here. It's all on the wrist.
Can you play that again? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like to see that. Just because, like,
I was going to go through some of this cheer crap next, but
okay, well, that's cool. You can do that too.
well, they're calling it a false flag, which it definitely
Sure.
isn't. Like, talk about being on the opposite side of the spectrum on
Here
something
you
we
go,
try to freaking expose. They're convinced it was a false flag. All right, videos. Yeah, here
And
you
you
go.
are breaking their hopes. There you go. Look at that. Okay.
See, the wrists always stay right out in front of me. They never wander too far.
So you're saying start the kids there. Wait, go back because.
Oh yeah, the winding.
So for
back and forth.
There.
That first right there. It's the rhythm. The hands always stay almost in the same spot. You notice they're the same level.
Yeah.
They never wander too far out. See that? I haven't even jumped the rope yet.
That's wild.
People ask me, so what if I have bad knees and ankles and I can't jump it? I'm like, you don't have to jump it. You can just swing it and get the cardio. Just like that.
You do nunchuckas?
I played with them, not really.
Dude,
The rope.
you're pretty much doing the same thing.
I'm a better roper than I am a nunchucker. I'd probably hit myself. I'd probably mess myself up. I'd probably hit myself and mess myself up more than I'd mess somebody else up.
I think
I'll whip your ass with a rope though. Rope
you're right
hurts
on
if you hit him with the right.
Okay.
I like the way you said that though, because I mean, imagine getting
It's
hit
the
by
same
this rope.
movement because that's what I'm getting.
I'll hit you with a rope. I'll whip you, man. I'll whip you, boy.
It's the same movement. It's
You notice the hands are in the same spot though. No, nothing wide. They're always in the same spot, and it's just wrist. No wide arm movement. See, hands are in the same spot out. Even when I go under, same spot. Now when I jump in, hands all wrist. You don't see my arms doing anything, do you? You see my arms moving?
No.
No, it's all wrist. That was a trip. That was a freaking triple without. So this one. 1, 2, 3. 4.
Yeah, that's crazy.
See the wrists? The arms never move. It's the wrist. The arms never wind. The biggest mistake that most people do when they're trying to learn roping is they just wind their arms around. All wrist.
Well, the feet too, though. How do you get the rhythm with the feet and with
That's where
wrist?
swinging the rope out in front of you before you even jump it comes in. Then you get the rhythm.
Okay. So I should teach them just to swing the rope first.
Yeah. Yep. Swing the rope first. Get the rhythm of the rope. I'll whip your ass.
I don't think they can do the one hand thing, but
I want to do a movie where they come in and they try to jack the gym, and I use the rope and I freaking whip their ass. I don't think there's been a movie where somebody used a rope.
That'd be
You
awesome.
want to walk into this motherfucking rope? If you have a gun, I'm fucked. But knife, whatever else, I'll whip your ass with the rope.
You got the one-handed rope. How do you switch, dude? That's too much.
Yeah, well, I mean, freaking couple decades of practice, my friend.
But Scotty
One
karate
foot
and
to the other is a real good drill for them too. Going 1 foot to the other.
But they still want to challenge you. They still want to fight you. Okay.
Huh?
But they still want to fight you. Scotty
They all,
karate,
yeah, they all still want to fight. Right.
All right.
Hilarious.
Gotcha.
Again, the hands, the arms never wind. They're in the same spot.
That's too much, man.
They come right back to the same spot after I do this. Oh, there's another triple. This one is really hard to do right here. Where you triple it out, like you just have your arms crossed right there. That's really hard to do.
And that hurts my back just watching.
There's a double jump. Here's a double jump with a crossover at the end. So I do a double jump and crossover at the end.
With one hand.
I thought I was going to fuck it up. So
With
it's
one
two
hand.
rotations underneath my feet, and then I cross over in the middle of it. I was holding my breath, but I was going to complete this one. Here it comes. Right there. So that's a double jump with a crossover in the middle. It's almost too fast to see sometimes, but yeah. Yeah, so have them swing it out in front of them. Swing that shit out. Want to see some mitts?
Yeah.
What you gonna do when they come for
Play some
you?
mitts. Then we'll go back to
What you
stuff.
gonna do when they come for you? Since COVID-19 hit, depression was the only life that you knew. You wanted to die, but that's not true. You never said thank you. You expect people to worship the New World Order like Hindu. No, I didn't think this through. These emotions stick like glue. Throughout the years, I still don't know what to do. Your heads are filled with a bunch of dead bolts and loose screws. I'm not amused. I'm
Coach said,
confused.
go turbo now,
Very
Eric.
used.
I'm like, okay, coach.
These words you're screaming got me bruised.
Here we
Sleeping on
go.
these bitches, getting rid of them like booze. In this game, I'll never lose. You for the fucking Blues Clues. Can you find the paw print? I hit you with a small whip. On that ball, you have no grip. Let me rip your bitch off. She's attached to my hip. Say you're suicidal,
Turbo
stand on
time.
the edge. Bitch, jump off, do a backflip. Laughing so hard I slipped. The blood from your head drip.
That's awesome. 6-part combo.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. What's that
Yeah.
song?
Pulling
What's
it
the
up.
song?
Oh, that's a song I made.
You made that for COVID, or?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure I've played it before, man.
Do you have that? I'd like to hear the whole thing. If you got it.
Let me see. What was it called? What you gonna do with this? I can probably find it quickly. Still
Yeah,
screen
I'd
sharing?
love to hear that.
Go library. Which is COVID-19 hit. Depression was the only life that you knew. But that's not true. Never said thank you. Yeah, this would have been. I like looking at the timeline too, because it's a lot of these came right out of COVID, so that should be COVID timeline.
Wasn't that a crazy time, man? Wasn't
Yeah.
that a crazy time?
What you gonna do when they come for you? Was it this one? Yeah, I think it was this one. Sheep Generation.
I'm not seeing it.
Can you hear it?
No.
Oh, you can't hear it?
Mm-mm.
Oh, we're back to that nonsense.
Do you have to stop the screen share and share?
No. Let me I'll just change settings real quick. You're right here now. And I play it. Yeah, I made a ton during COVID. Here we go. Sheep Generation. Hear it now? Hear it, Greg?
It's hard to hear.
You can hear it. That's interesting. So it just stopped letting me play what I wanted to play. All right, let's try this. I'm going to take this off. I am going to go over here.
Where's
Add
it
a
coming?
new window. New tab. I'm going to bring it up over here. Up. No, not on this one.
No, I bring it up on the
Other
share
one.
screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And library. And go down to COVID period. Grannies in the night. Crip Rick. Here's Crip Rick. I did like a.
No, you did a Crip Rick song.
Yeah, I did.
Cool.
Was it up here more? Granny Fluid Rolls. Kryptonite.
Granny Fluid.
Where was it?
I want to hear the Crip Rick song.
Oh, Sheep Generation. That was the name. Sheep Generation. There it is. Can you hear it now? No. Hear it? No.
Spitfire Sentinel. Sentinel's the truth. Feel it.
Can you hear it?
Yep, I can hear it.
Yeah. I'm shocked. All right.
I'll check the live.
I don't even know what I did. Yeah, let me check the backup monitor.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? What you gonna do when they come for you? Since COVID-19 hit, depression was the only life that you knew. You wanted to die, but that's not true. You never said thank you. You expect people to worship the New World Order like Hindu. No, I didn't think this through. These emotions stick like glue. Through all the years, I still don't know what to do. Your heads are filled with a bunch of dead bolts and loose screws. I'm not amused, I'm quite confused, and I feel very used. These words you're screaming got me.
I don't know. It doesn't sound like it's coming out right in the backup monitor.
Yeah, it sounds good on YouTube.
Yeah, it's choppy. I'll keep playing it, I guess.
Hey, Bruce, sleeping up these bitches, getting rid of them like booze. In this game, I'll never lose. You're simpler than fucking Blue's Clues. Can you find the paw print? I hit you with a small whip. On that ball, you have no grip. Let me rip your bitch off. She's attached to my hip. Say you're suicidal, stand on the edge. Bitch, jump off, do a backflip. Laughing so hard I slip. The blood from your head dripped. The only reason you're alive is kind of ripped.
The blood from your head dripped. The only reason you're alive is the condom ripped. That's pretty tight. Thanks for having me play this again.
Of all your pride, you were stripped. Walking around like a liberal bitch. You just got your dick clipped. Careful walking like that gone. You got your tooth clipped. This is what happens when the Sentinel choose come for you. What you gonna do when they come for you? What you gonna do when they come for you? I got a funny feeling. Comes from deep within inside. Y'all get mad and angry, want to go and hide. Your doctor calls it depression. Your daddy and your mama says it's just me, but your thoughts are not regressing. They're depressing. I'm digressing. No one will be able to see.
What was I drinking at the end of that? Red, white, blue is going to kill you. Yeah, this is all COVID period here. This one you might not have heard.
Crazy time, yeah.
What happened with this one?
Yeah. Rick wants to hear it too.
Yeah, I created the beat and then
Really? Wow.
Yeah, the beat and the lyrics. Not red, white, and blue is going to kill you.
Sorry, all the time. Made the fall, but they hadn't found what they really want. But you didn't know who's fall about that government green. Know what I mean? All I got is play it down, never mild. At the target with the spark of the laugh. Make a real nigga hit. Then I passed with my crew. Pick it faded the wicked style. Got him live on the mic, thank God. This brother made it to the top. Rise like the cream. Styles live check. Spitfire, hit your subliminal. Rock shit when I spit play from the bottom lip. Slip like hippo. Hilly Rider tried to fade me till I break it down. No, I'll keep my constitution strong. Like a terrorist, I'm out the doubt. But they hadn't found what they really want. Let the student know. Free flow by the government green. Know what I mean? But you gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. Red, white, and blue is gonna kill you. You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. Red, white, and blue is gonna kill you.
Not anymore. We changed that. Oh, United Nations New World Order. COVID. These are all COVID songs. All during the COVID. Made this one myself too.
Spitfire Sentinel, the Sentinels of Truth. Expect me. Welcome to the resistance.
Oh boy. Hey, Eric.
Yeah, it's coming out all choppy, man. Coming out choppy.
Yeah, it's coming choppy here. I wonder how it is on the YouTube though. But Eric, let me ask you this.
It's choppy.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this.
We're good now.
We're good now? Okay. I mean, the music, I mean, 2020 those were some dark times, man.
Yeah, yeah. There's so many in here during that time.
Yeah.
Wonder Tired. Fuck Tired Court. Tama Tired snorting coke or meth. Want to hear it snort some coke or meth? There you go.
Lady friend of mine just asked me if I'm serious about.
I mean, come on, what was that?
Maybe she has to sneeze? I don't know.
Remember Becky? Remember the snowball?
Hey, Lori, why you out there gotten to stand up and badass fuck me because of everybody? Huh? For Kareem, for Mike, for everybody. Can't you fucking leave me alone, bitch? Can you see you push me to the edge, bitch? Think it's fun having fun against home? Now leave me the fuck alone. You want it, bitch? What more do you want? Fucking bitch.
Yeah, these people spend like hours recording each other. I just take like 10-second samples. It's better that way. Yeah, COVID-19 is a lie was the best one that we did. Got over 1 million views and got us all banned from YouTube.
Well, welcome to the club, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, that was a crazy time, man. You know, that was I think 2020 was probably the last year I put out any music. I went into a recording studio and put out anything there. And then, you know, we moved out of California after that. And life was a lot better moving out of California.
Yeah, Jeff Hayes just moving to a different part of Washington away from Seattle was a big move.
Yeah, Washington is it's tough because when you think about it, it's like, well, okay, well, all of California is like this. No, there are many people in California that may feel the same way that you do. There are many people in Washington that may feel the same way that are open to this or you know, they're not just because the crazies. It's just like I don't even want to call them Democrats. I don't want to call them liberals. I don't want to call them left wing. These are the crazies here. The crazies they haven't taken over. That's what we learned just based on the people that were able to vote, because it is a privilege, it is a right, but it takes knowledge. You have to understand what it takes to actually go out and vote. If you can go and you can vote, and if you will actually bring that to your stage and actually vote, there's, you know, you have just, you can exercise so much of your just free, your
True.
God-given will here. Why would you not want to vote? Now, I can understand the people who don't want to vote. They don't want to. They think voting is bad. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. There's no reason to it. But for the people that do actually go out and vote, and this is what the communists will tell you. This is what the socialists will tell you. This is what the people who hate this country, they will tell you to go out and vote. Their goal is to manufacture votes into this country.
Yeah.
These aren't real votes, but
A whole lot of millions voting that are dead. That's a fact.
I mean, doesn't that show that if we get real people to vote, just let the real people vote? Let the people who are here that love this country, they want to be part of it. However you want to vote, whether you like Trump or whether you don't. I don't want to censor people just because they don't like Trump. You know what I mean?
You never censor anybody, Greg.
No,
you allow them to come up and act like fools and let them expose them. That's always been your MO. It's beautiful.
It's
wonderful how you do it. So this would be the best song that ever came out of the COVID era when I was doing it. I've hooked up with these. We couldn't go out and do it, so I hooked up with these people online who were phenomenal musicians, and we came out with this, and they mixed and mastered it. Yeah, it's not this. That's just the start of the video.
Expect me. Welcome
this, bro.
to
Yeah.
resistance.
It's all copy. Yeah, it's all choppy. We don't need to play that. We figured out how to play music without you echoing.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah, it bums me out though, because you want to hear some music and
I did.
you down.
Did,
Yeah.
Can I mean,
Not working.
Can I play something? Is there something maybe if I play it, maybe
Yeah, let's see how it works on that end.
maybe how it works on. Okay, so give me something I can look up. Is it on YouTube or where do I go to find it?
Oh, any of these? These are all yeah, they're all. I don't think it's even there anymore. Got my e-mastered programming thing here.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Fuck the quarantine. This was epic, but it probably won't play.
Well, look at that. No social distancing happening here. In fact, this group of people in Huntington Beach right now is protesting the stay-at-home orders.
Organizers also held a demonstration this morning and said they want to, quote, claim
it
our
is. So I'm
lives
not
back,
screen
and that
sharing
they
it.
believe the nation is being
And you can
lied
hear
to.
it.
Huntington Beach police are monitoring the
Oh,
situation.
you're in
but
for a
so
treat
far we
now.
have not seen any.
There are other countries that if you had a pre-existing condition, and let's say the virus caused you to go to the ICU and then have a heart or kidney problem, some countries are recording that
Did this
as
with a couple
a heart
badasses.
issue or a kidney issue and
2020.
not a COVID-19 death.
We got banned from
Right
YouTube.
now, we're still recording it, and the great thing about having forms that come in and a form that has the ability to
Yeah,
mark
this
it
one
as
is
COVID-19
the best
infection.
one.
The intent is right now that if someone dies with COVID-19.
So the key
we are
was not to
counting
screen
If
share at the
someone
same time as I
dies
play it.
with COVID-19, we are counting that.
Anyone who has COVID when they pass away will be included in that category. Dr. Ngazi Ezike explained this does not mean the virus caused that death, but If someone
Talking about
does
black
test
folk
positive
that are
for
awake
COVID
and
before
aware.
dying,
Yep.
that is classified
Just
a
as many as
coronavirus
white
fatality.
folk are awake and aware.
You
You
were
nutballs.
in hospice and had already been given, a few weeks to live, and then you also were found to have COVID, that would be counted as a COVID death. It means that technically, even if you died of a clear alternate cause, but you had COVID at the same time, it's still listed as a COVID death. So everyone who's listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that that was the cause of the death, but they had COVID at the time of death. Everyone who's listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that that was the cause of the death. Doesn't mean that that was the cause of the death.
I'm up on stage, 60,000 deaths. And all the rage I feel inside me.
50 states, 50 plans is an experiment that will now play out for months.
I hate it when they lie to me and they die to see. So I'm trying to be what they want to see.
We did this on live.
But they hunt me.
Changing lyrics.
So here I am again, running amok. My luck is up, I'm stuck like Chuck. My brain's been picked, blood, I'm fucked. My mortal enemy is stuck in a portal, sending me flocks, style cages. Now it's merged with verbs and an urge to slur my pages.
It's coming out all choppy again. That didn't work.
Yeah, okay.
Totally didn't work.
It's working for a little while.
Damn it. There's a lot.
I mean, the point was these early days in COVID, if we just look at the first 3 or 4 months of COVID, those are some very important elements that we can look at to say, look, if they tried to pull this on us, and what did they really know? And what happened during those first few months during COVID? Because Trump gets a lot of bash. They're like, oh, Trump wanted to keep the country locked down.
Blah,
no,
blah.
you will never. There is one photo you will ever see of Trump with a mask, and they were like, well, why aren't you wearing a mask? Why aren't you wearing a mask? It's like, because masks don't freaking work.
Mm-hmm.
Trump was the first person he was the first person to shut the country down. He's got to deal with that. But he was the first person to open the country back up and say, we need to get this country back up and working. And they fought him on that. And I think that's why in 2020, they did everything that they could possibly do to get him out, because they did not want Trump in there to say, look, the COVID thing is not as bad as you all think it is. Let's move on. And Trump also realized by then this came from China. This was a China virus, however you want to label it. This was not something that came from bat soup. This is what they were telling us. From the beginning, they were telling us that this was something that jumped from a bat into humans. That is absolutely not possible. All of this stuff is not possible.
Complete bullshit.
Were telling us. It's complete BS. There's no doubt. There's absolutely no doubt. And that's why you're not hearing people that are
there is doubt.
challenging.
There's doubt with freaking sheeple that believe everything the TV tells them. That's the problem.
Yeah, but even now when they look at it and they start asking those same people, hey, you guys said this back in 2020. Do you still believe this? And they say no. They don't believe this now. They understand, okay, yeah, this originated from China. However you want to say it. China.
China virus.
I love the way Trump said.
Be right back, brother.
Why do you call this the China virus? And Trump said, because this came from China. That's what he said. And he was called a racist. He was called a racist because he said that the virus came from China. Well, that's where it came from. I don't know how else you could say it. how else do you say, where did this come from? So, and there's still people wearing masks, and sometimes it's okay to wear masks. There are people that maybe they should still be wearing masks, but you don't just wear masks, and you have to understand what the mask does. What are the good things about wearing a mask? What are the bad things? And that's what was so crazy, because when this thing first happened, they were saying you don't need to wear masks. They were telling us the masks do not help you. And then they changed. Then they were like, oh, now the masks work. But the crazy thing was, Rick, and you know this probably, is then all of a sudden, if you were saying, well, you shouldn't wear a mask, you were the bad guy. And we were the ones that were being censored from YouTube, being censored from social media platforms. It was like, I'm not saying this. This is what these doctors are saying. This is what these people in the medical profession are saying. They're saying this. And this is why when Trump came back into office, there were so many people like Facebook, like Amazon, they all came kind of I don't want to say groveling to Trump, but they understood. Like, look, okay, maybe it wasn't as bad as we thought it was then. Because under Biden for the last 4 years, it was like, wow, this is the worst thing that has ever happened. And if people who don't even think that maybe we should question this, they need to be censored. It was this censorship, and it's like, okay, now all of a sudden, now these same crazies are saying, well, because Elon Musk is doing this, we need to make sure that these are constitutional issues. When Trump was in office, they didn't have any problem with those constitutional issues. During Biden's term, his fake term, which he should have never been the president, there's absolutely no way Joe Biden.
Well, when Obama was deporting tens of millions of illegal immigrants, nobody had a problem with that. And it's man, look at the. Can you screen share this? We're gonna troll TikTok live on your. Seriously, this is what they're talking about. This is like how stupid these people are on here, man. Can you make it full screen?
It's full screen.
No, you still have us in the corner. It'll make it a little big. Yeah. White people want to stay assimilated so that they can steal from black people. I mean, this is the. Here, let's go. I'm trolling in the comments section.
I can't hear it.
Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with you, bro? Like he's just whining.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't hear whatever you're playing.
Oh, you can't hear him?
No. Mm-mm.
Why is that happening now? I thought we had it all figured out. Let's do this. Tell me if you can hear it now.
I'm not going to get into personal details, but no, he did not have a father growing up.
Can you hear it now?
No, he did not have a father present.
Yeah, there you go. Okay,
Right.
y'all know what I meant, but okay.
Yeah, you got to stop interrupting.
So I'm going to type in the comments here. I humbly offer these nuts as reparations. See how that plays out with these people.
A father present. What did your dad do for a living?
Truck driver.
How old is your dad?
20 years older than me, 42.
Okay. Your dad is a truck driver or was a truck driver.
I humbly offer these nuts.
Couldn't deliver
as
because of the
reparations.
color of his skin?
So he stayed strapped, yeah.
That's not the question I asked you. Would your father ever...
What is it? What are we watching here?
Oh, these are TikTok lives. They're one. I have to get. You can't do it through your computer as far as jumping on the panel. and debating them, but can't do it on your computer. You have to do it from your phone. So I can't. I can only troll them in the comments over here.
Well, I mean, that sounds like
This is though. This is what. Are we great yet? Blah blah. All very lonely people.
yeah. This is why got to get rid of TikTok.
Cis
I
women
think
and
I'm
cis
echoing
men,
too.
you are the problem. So regular people, make America unpassing again. God is imaginary. If you're racist,
No.
homophobic, transphobic, you don't deserve children. Yeah, dude, these are things I jump into over here. These are the yep. Blah 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 blah. Everybody's got something.
My main
Look
account,
at
which
this.
is
Look at
Ash
this.
23.
What the fuck is this?
I normally do lives on those every day.
What's your opinion on using the same restroom with trans people? Look at this person right here. Like, does this?
Yeah, I run 7 days a week on that.
The
On
fuck,
there ain't
man?
no
What the fuck
trans
is on the screen right
bathroom.
now, bro?
So,
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just
Comments.
Going through
man,
lives.
there's woman.
And I feel like I can't. I
I
don't got no
can't.
business account, no
Oh
bank
my
business account.
god.
No quote unquote transitions.
Pinned on the floor, beating on me.
Sorry.
What?
Oh,
I
So
don't
my
think I listened to that one.
question
Because I was so weak. I was so weak that I literally
Uh-huh.
couldn't even do anything.
Yep.
I was trapped on the floor, getting beat up.
You know what, bro? TikTok is not your therapist. That's all I can fucking tell you.
And then y'all wonder why everybody's
Black.
going to
Oh,
MAGA. It's because
Black Queen for president right here. Yeah, as long as it's
Black Queen.
not Kamala.
That sounds racist.
Anyone but Kamala.
Well, Julia Roberts in it.
Mega, you're in a
Netflix
cult.
one.
Stupid
Are you
people, bro.
following me?
Stupid people. Yeah, we'll go through random stuff.
Hi. Yes.
Nah. Here's the tracks. Here's you're getting beat on the head with the baton again. Like what the fuck, bro? Watch. Here you go. She came back and said it was a mistake. I was just falling down. I didn't mean to hit her in the head.
Unless you call it racism.
Imagine if it was a white person doing that to a black runner. I mean, can you fucking imagine it?
They started the destruction of the Black Lives Matter.
Hell yeah,
field
they
on
did.
Black Lives Matter Plaza in
Yep.
DC today. And
Good
I say
times.
destruction instead of reconstruction because they are actually literally destroying the street in order to just.
I am convinced that not one Democrat, one libtard knows the actual definition of literal. I am. I'm convinced.
repave it. Now, it took millions of dollars to actually design this mural, and they are saying that it's going to take hundreds and thousands of dollars to actually reconstruct it. But I just want to stress again that they are actually using our tax dollars to destroy this street.
Fuck yeah.
Wait a
To
minute.
reconstruct it and
Hold
redesign it.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm echoing.
She's upset about the Black Lives Matter. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Oh, hang on.
they
I'll change my. I thought I had it fucking set now. There we go.
well, yeah, but they changed all of this
Mm-hmm.
so that they could do, so that they could put the Black Lives Matter thing. I mean, that costs money
Yep.
too,
All lives matter.
right?
You don't like it?
And then now they're like, well, it's bad because we're gonna change it back. But how much more does it cost to change it back to where it was?
It's irrelevant. It's just something
It's
to
just
whine
like
about.
it's just like if you bomb a building and then you're like, hey, we gotta. How much money does it cost to bring the building back? To
Anyway, where is Clayton Bigsby these days? Do you know Clayton Bigsby?
No. I can't hear. I can't hear it. I can't hear. I don't think we can hear it.
What's that? You can't hear it?
No.
Yeah, isn't that? I mean, we could hear it fine. All right, you'll be able to hear it now, but then you're probably gonna echo. What the fuck? Here we go. Clayton Bigsby, man. Here we go.
He was the only Negro we'd ever had around
Can
here.
you hear it now?
Yep.
Yeah. So we figured we'd make it easier on Clayton by just telling him and all the other blind kids that he was white.
And he never questioned it.
Why would he?
I've written 6 books. They published 4.
What would you say is the overall message of your books?
Sir, my message is simple. Jews, homosexuals, Mexicans, Arabs, and all kinds of different chanks stink, and I hate.
What exactly is your problem?
How much time you got, buddy? Where would I start? Well, first of all, they're lazy, good-for-nothing tricksters, crack-smoking swindlers, big butt having, wide nose breathing all the white man's air.
Fuck. Clayton Bigsby. JD Vance confronts protesters on the street.
That's your view, and certainly I have condemned him. I'm speaking with you, and I'm trying to be respectful. I have condemned the invasion, but I've also condemned him. That's the policy of the administration. And I've talked to you guys now about 5 minutes. And what and now that's a different question. I'm happy. Would you like me to talk about how I've changed my view on Donald Trump from 2 years ago? Because I talked about the.
I got my cake pops removed, but now it's time to turn my candy cane into a donut. After the procedure is done, I will stay in the hospital for about a week. And while I'm there, they will pack my freshly made donut with napkins. This will ensure that everything sets in place and the donut doesn't close in on itself. After about
You know this nutball, Lulitino right here?
a week, they will remove the napkin and send me home with instructions to dilate. Dilating,
Oh,
sir.
God.
We'll let somebody.
You're getting to see my FYP, bro. These are just random videos coming up.
Hello, how are you?
I know my intentions, and I would never.
Oh, this is so you want to hear what the person who hit the other person with the baton had to say? This is her. This is the
I would never hit somebody on purpose. They're going off of and go after a couple times hitting her
Look at-
all the time.
she even winds back.
Her back like this, and it rolled up her back. I lost my balance, and when I pumped my arm,
She lost her
got
balance.
hit there, assuming my character calling me ghetto.
The only way to
Death
get a
threats,
balance
all of
back
this
is to
just
whack
because
somebody
of
on the
my
head.
second video. Everybody has feelings, so you're
So
physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my.
she's a victim now for what she did.
Oh, snap, Vermont! 3 electro.
Well, you know I'm in the weed and water business.
Here's more angles on that. Like I ran track, I can't even fuck it. It's hard enough to pass the baton, let alone get whacked on the head while you're trying to pass it.
In Washington, Black Lives Matter Plaza is
Yay.
being dismantled. The street mural dates back to the protests after the 2020 murder of
Sorry
George
about your
Floyd.
luck.
Mayor Muriel Bowser agreed to remove it after Republicans in Congress threatened to withhold funding for the city.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm
That's
Rachel
how you do
Maddow,
it.
and this is the Rachel Maddow Show. Recently, President Trump decided to make a black kid with cancer an honorary Secret Service agent. Personally, I think it's disgusting. If Trump really wanted to honor someone, he should have honored a black kid with cancer who's also gay and stands by Ukraine. Joining me to defend this behavior is John Fetterman. Go ahead, John.
Well, I don't see what the issue is, Rachel. I think our party's behavior was pretty deplorable that night.
So right-wing propaganda, that's all you have to say to defend this? You probably think that black kid with cancer is brave, is that it?
Well, yes, obviously.
That kid's not brave, John. Did he go through gender reassignment surgery? Is he Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Is he a fat...
God.
That just seems like
That's
they're
accurate, though.
grasping. No, this one here that you're playing.
See how she winds. So that motion right there, that has nothing to do with a sprinter. Like your
No,
arm would
but-
never. She winds back and.
But if you
whacks
go
her in the head,
back,
bro.
If you go back,
Okay.
Somebody would never.
that girl tripped her. She did something to her.
No, she
So,
didn't. She didn't trip her.
yes, she did.
No, that's the other girl's foot, dude.
Nope.
She didn't trip her.
Watch it. Nope.
Where? Where'd she trip
Go
her?
back. Go back. Go back.
She's
Go
still-
back. No.
I mean, she's understood. She's getting whacked right here. You got her
No.
getting ready to whack
Before
her
that,
on the
you gotta
head.
go back before.
Purpose.
Before that.
Somebody on purpose.
Maybe in a different clip.
You're gonna see something that's not there.
Somebody on purpose.
Okay, where? What? Where'd she trip her? I don't.
You gotta go
see.
back.
I went.
These
I did.
these
I'm gonna do it
clips,
again.
no.
She never.
No, those
where?
clips don't go back.
We're at the
You gotta
start
go back
right
to
now.
the other clips.
She doesn't trip her ever.
It's not in this clip. The
She's got
reason
whacked.
why she. I'm not saying.
Boy, you know I'm in the weed 'em.
Oh, here's another one.
There it is. Go back. Go back. Right. Watch. She tripped right there. Got it right there.
Who? Where's the? I don't see a trip anywhere. I see a girl getting whacked on the head. Where's
Right
the
there.
trip? If anything, the girl who whacked her on the head is in her lane.
I mean, there's
You
no
clearly see
excuse.
the other one is in the right lane. I don't see a trip.
There's no excuse for the girl whacking her.
Show me where you
in
think
the
the
head.
trip is, though. Maybe I didn't see it.
Yeah. Watch. Right. Go back. Gotta. Yeah. You gotta go back. They almost don't even show it. Wow.
I don't
Right
see
there.
any trip
Yeah,
in
you
here.
gotta go back. Right there. Before they head up. Go back. All right. Start over.
I don't see it.
Yeah. Well, of course they don't want you to see it.
Do you? I don't see any trip up. I don't see any trips.
I'm not saying it's justified.
I'm Rachel Maddow, and
Have you ever watched Casey Anthony's arrest interview?
I did.
We can disagree on politics, but what we can't disagree on is basic human rights, and Trump's taken my basic human rights away. I'm not allowed to walk the streets unless a man is present. Yeah, I can't even talk to another man that's not my husband. We're not allowed to use the internet. I'm not allowed to leave my country.
Why would you want to talk to another man?
Yeah, that's just these people are
Why
insane.
would you want to talk to another man that's not your husband?
Like the trying to control what I ate and me changing my eating habits. People, a couple of my friends knew.
Yeah,
they were
Back to America, and what do I see? Black Little Mermaid. One of the races that are known for being one of the worst at swimming. This is gonna get people killed.
If you're worried about the United States like I am right now, this is worth a listen. I have been having conversations with ChatGPT, and I asked the question, what secrets do you think the people of the United States should
She's having conversations with ChatGTP. And
Never do that. That's like talking to a Ouija board.
Exactly.
I will stumble over my words. I'm trying very hard to get through this.
Okay, you're nuts. Got it. Okay.
She's demon possessed.
Secrets, or rather buried truths, that the people of the United States should be paying close attention to.
Okay, what is it?
These aren't necessarily hidden,
Oh,
but
God.
they are
And she's
intentional
taking it
to
seriously.
misinformation and division so that people don't connect the dots.
Okay.
Number one, division is the oldest trick in the book.
Thank you, Captain
She's
Obvious.
she's not taking this serious.
It's
That's
like
the problem.
she's trying to tell us something like that we don't know. Okay? Like, we've been trying to tell you motherfuckers this for decades.
And in the U.S. right now is that the real fight is left versus right, when in reality it is the powerful versus the rest of us.
Okay, thanks.
Politicians, corporations, and media outlets fuel division because a population that is angry at each other is too distracted to hold those in power accountable. Racism.
Why are you reading it? Yeah, it's just I can't do it.
I have nothing.
It's like all these leftards are suddenly like acting like they're awake after they were like, Sandy Hook really that happened. Oh God.
It makes no sense to have a billionaire who's the richest man in the world to be in charge of our finances. What part of that doesn't make sense to you? Well, he's a billionaire. What does he know about money? No. Actually, what does he?
These people are.
Hey everybody, live from Black Lives Matter Plaza. Well, it's not called that anymore. As you can see, the working
Sing it
crews
with
are
me.
out. And it is the end of this mass race hysteria happening in our country.
Goodbye.
This right here, by the way, that was the church they tried to burn down. You remember?
Look at that.
The crews
You
are
can
out
still
here.
see the burn on the building that they tried
You
to burn
remember.
down. Look at.
The crews are out here removing this 2-block-long mural of Black Lives Matter Plaza out here in the streets of Washington, D.C.
Yep.
It is quite the effort. They have to actually get down to the street itself.
You got a spare?
I don't know.
And we have just heard the Trump administration considering to make Puerto Rico an independent country to save around $700 billion. Would you rather Puerto Rico be an independent country from the USA or be the 51st state of the USA?
Yeah, there
Interesting
you go.
question.
Some days I'd be willing to
from a different location.
Nah.
They want our money,
Very clearly, was
our
Obama
protection.
racist?
Hold on, let me change this sound again because, like, we had it at first, and now it's. Here we go. Yep.
There are so many countries that want our money. Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico. They want our money. Canada. They want our money, but they do not want to be a part of this country. Well, then what the hell are we doing here? Why would we give you money if you're not going to be a part of this nation? And I think that's all that Trump is asking. If Greenland needs our money, if we're giving so much money to Greenland, then why the heck would we ever
I stand with Ukraine. I stand with the dictator.
It makes no sense.
None, bro.
If you want to be a part of this
Yep.
the greatest country on God's green earth, the USA, then come and join us. If you don't want to be a part of us, then do your own thing. We should not be giving money to all of these other countries because we have our own debt problems. Elon Musk is fighting this. And how crazy is this where we have somebody who is an outsider who is fighting all these things within 20 to 30 to 60, maybe even 90 days. They are finding all of this government waste that they're saying our country could not find in the last 60, 70, 100 years, and you have a guy that comes in, an outsider that comes in and says, hey, this is where the waste is, this is where the money is going, what are you going to do about this? It puts it back into Congress for Congress to say, look, yeah, we got to do something. We have the power of the purse, we have the power. Okay, well, Congress, do something. Because you have somebody that has been, chosen by our president to say, find the waste. Find where this money is going. We are talking where we can eliminate $2 trillion of debt just like that. Just like Thanos. That doesn't include everything that we can do after that. Just right now. And you look at the people that say, no, we don't want to do that. Those are the people that are probably bought and paid for. And if they're not bought and paid for, then they're even more dumber than we think they are. And they should be knocked out like Mike Tyson has knocked out many boxers. Okay? This is what happens. Donald Trump is the Mike Tyson of politics. And Mike Tyson came in and he knocked out a bunch of mother effers.
He sure did.
And there was a good reason why. They didn't have their guard up. They had no idea what they were doing. Whatever you want to say it. Maybe they were ready. Maybe he was just much stronger. Whatever it was. Donald Trump is the Mike Tyson of boxing. And
If you take a look at this the screen my avatar right now. Oh, not that one. The avatar. I can go back. Yeah, there you go. What are y'all gonna do against a dude like this? Like, I'm a pretty bad motherfucker. Then I'm staring at it like his chest. It's yeah, these motherfuckers. I took a lot of shit.
Look at that guy. He's almost 7 foot tall.
Yeah, well, no, he's only 6'5". I'm only 5'6" though, so I mean that's yeah.
I'm only 5'6", 5'7", but that guy might as well be 10 feet tall to me. But he's got the reach. It's not just about the height, right? It's about the reach.
Yeah, this dude, this dude have a gun. The
He's
gun
got
is
the arm.
appropriate. But here, yeah, if you want to screen share this is this is what's going on all the time on TikTok. So the topic is age and pronouns required. Keep immigrants, deport racist. Mind your own. Trans women are women. Separation of church and state. I mean, just Donald Trump is a clown. All the usual stupidness. And let's hear how stupid they are.
All right.
Your logic is you can then take exactly what I said.
Listen how
say
sober this
back
guy
to-
is. Yep.
Sure.
Red, you're not funny.
All right. Do you like it?
This is all reason why we need to ban TikTok.
Just get rid of TikTok.
For black people,
Yeah,
people are
get
the
rid
only
of it.
people that
Black people,
exist outside.
damn.
See, man. Ooh.
They can't do YouTube.
Oh, here's another one. I don't see the other girl fucking colliding with her at all, man. Here's a clear view.
Yeah, that's
You
that's
might
the
add a
best
point,
reason.
but now
No,
I mean,
you're right.
let's
You're
watch.
right.
And she just whacked her on the head, bro.
Yep, you're right. You're right.
It's crazy.
Right. There.
Yeah, that's a whack.
Yep.
It's cool that I mean that's why I love you, man, because you look at all sides.
Let's say you have one job, and
But I'm
two
sure
things
it's
to do,
racist.
and you make the decision. The deciding factor is the race of one of the people. One person is being hurt because he's the wrong race. Why is that okay?
Because he's gotten 350, maybe 400 years of benefit.
Oh my God.
Do you know him?
Okay,
Are you just wait, hold on,
so
sorry.
in the
Do you know that?
States-
All you know about him is his race, and yet you're
Exactly.
saying that he's benefited.
Exactly. And
But you don't know anything about him other than his race. So you're saying that all people of a certain color have
300 years.
something in common, which is kind of the definition of racism, isn't it?
No, that's also the
Oh, it's
definition of
not.
discrimination because
Oh my God. Imagine if I was showing my FYP, which is just general stuff that would come up from what I watch, and everything that came up was liberals sympathizing.
We are back now with live pictures
Oh, yeah, bye.
showing you the work that has already
that awesome?
started. Crews have started to remove Black Lives Matter Plaza.
Makes me feel all
We're
warm
showing
and
you live
fuzzy.
Pictures
love it.
of the jackhammering that's taking place.
Jackhammering.
Crews have to get rid of the cobblestone.
It's 10. Lie to survive, real world examples with a script so you're prepared. You're on the elevator in the building that.
Okay, but I'm not gonna talk to you.
Yeah.
I know my intentions, and I would never hit somebody on purpose. They're going off of one angle. After a couple times hitting her, my baton got stuck behind her back like this, and it rolled up her back. I lost my balance, and when I pumped my arms again, she got hit. They're assuming my character, calling me ghetto, racist slurs,
BS.
death threats, all of this just because of a 9-second video. Everybody has feelings, so.
You know, I'm just glad that cell phones and all this shit didn't exist when I went to school. It's like,
Me too.
And please pull me over. Do I have to?
What is a woman? A woman is someone who identifies as a woman. What are the characteristics of that thing? You're basically saying to me, a dog is something that identifies as a dog. But what is the dog? What does it matter anyway? Why do you have to put things in boxes and try to define everything? You're just being misogynistic. A few years ago in California, there was a young 17-year-old man, and he sexually assaulted a 10-year-old girl. And this man, 23 at the time, being sentenced, he happens to decide, I'm gonna transition to be a female. The judge put a 23-year-old biological male into a female-only, under 18 juvenile center. So to the people that
isn't that fucked up? That's crazy.
say, what does it matter what a woman is? If we do not define what a woman is, and the fact that she must be protected by strong men, if we don't define that, then women end up being victimized. Donald Trump signed an executive order to have no men in women's sports any longer. Now you can't strength is not something to take advantage of women. The Bible says that women are the weaker vessels. God gave men their strength, not to victimize women, but to protect
pause that.
women. Femininity needs to be protected. The definition of what a woman is.
Oh, I'm getting chills.
Needs to be protected. The things that make us a woman. The fact that we can bring life into this world.
Like just chills.
No. Pause that for a second.
What? No. What do you? What?
Yeah. Pause that. No.
She's saying
Pause.
that men shouldn't be in
No.
women's sports. It is pause.
I'm echoing.
What could you
I'm echoing because I'm echoing.
What could you possibly find wrong with that?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
You know I can.
All right.
You know I can.
No.
Okay. All right.
Okay. There's no echo.
No echo right now?
Nope.
Good. Okay. A lot of things she says is good. The Bible does not say women are weaker than men. Absolutely.
Oh, it doesn't? Oh, I didn't know that.
No.
The weaker vessel is what you said, but who knows? Okay. That's
Okay.
good. Yep. No, that's good bull. Like if she's quoting the Bible and she's incorrect, I mean that should be pointed out. But okay.
If I'm wrong, then,
No,
then I'm wrong.
that's a good thing
if
to
I'm wrong,
point out.
I'm wrong. You know, whatever
No,
the
that's a
Bible
good thing to
says.
point out, man.
Whatever the Bible says is true.
That is a good thing to point out, though, if that's untrue. Like, let's be real.
And if I'm not, and if I'm wrong, then then I'm wrong. If whatever I'm about to say is wrong, then I'm wrong. If the Bible says something different, then I'm wrong.
Here's her again.
I can't hear. Can't hear. Can't hear it.
Oh, I gotta put us back on. Dude, we had this figured out so well earlier too. Yeah.
Thought we did, but let me make my point.
This
first.
one's a good one.
It's a good one. Okay.
You did make your point that what you just said.
No, I
is
never
not
got to make
Bible.
my point.
This is a good one. She'll never get over the fact that there's so many.
Never get over the fact that there's so many MAGA supporters that keep spewing the lies and are so derogatory. There's also hypocrisy in what they're saying too. Simultaneously, they love to say that he was never a command sergeant major, while also saying that as a command sergeant major, he never went overseas with his unit.
Huh?
How can he not be a CS?
These people are
That
just
interview,
backstabbing.
What is it, Aaron? Some of us need to leave a few minutes early today.
Oh, is that so?
Mm-hmm.
And what, pray tell, is the reason for this premature exodus?
Yearbook photos. We have to leave 15 minutes early to meet up with our clubs.
All right, you know what? That might work with other substitute teachers, but I've taught in the inner city for over 20 years. Now, y'all want to leave my class early so y'all can go meet up at the club. Old enough to go to the damn time. Ridiculous.
Mr. Garvey?
God, son of a bitch! Did I stutter?
That's why I keep my kids out of
I'm
public
you
schools.
out the goddamn window. What, Jay Quillen?
Mr. Garvey, we're telling the truth. We have clubs at this school. We have clubs for special interests.
Okay, I see. So y'all want to play. Y'all want to play. Yeah, okay, we're going to play little games. Fine, I'll play. I'm more than happy to play some games with y'all. Anyone who's in a club, stand your ass up. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. The usual suspects. What the hell club are you in, Jay Quillen?
Jay Quillen.
Future Leaders of America.
Okay, okay. How would you know if you're going to be a leader in the future? Is there a Stargate in your bedroom? Can you travel through time, Jay Quillen?
No.
Then sit the flip down. Balake, here's the thing. I don't even know why I'm about to ask you this. Balake, what club are you in?
I'm part of the Spanish club.
You about as Spanish as Rion Seacrest with your big-ass Fraggle Rock hair. How about you, D-Nice?
I'm in the chess club.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. You are not in the chess club. The Mosquito Bite Club, maybe. Truthful. There he is. Hey, Aaron.
Hey,
What club are you in?
I'm the president of the Glee Club. Why do I talk?
The Glee Club? Like they gonna have a club dedicated to a TV show. Take your ass to O'Shag Hennessy's office right now before I bust him.
I'm actually an instructor in history. My main area is World War I and World War II.
An instructor in world history.
And I really hate it when I'm teaching those classes and then we have a political discussion and students immediately go to the fascistic kind of like Hitler comparison. But that's my question that I have for you. At what point, if you see the development of what's happening currently right now to Trump's rise to power?
Do you also correlate President Trump's rise to second power to Winston Churchill's?
No, I wouldn't.
But they have way more in common than the Weimar Germany one. And you're a historian professor. You know
Okay.
that, right?
Oh.
Well, think about it. Donald Trump was put in exile. So was Churchill after the Darnells. You know about the Darnells because you're a professor, right? You do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you tell me about the Darnells?
I would rather focus primarily on
You're a World War I professor and you don't know about the Darnells? Okay. This is what you're paying for, everybody.
If I can give you some comparisons that I would necessarily see. I mean, if you look at, you have a populist movement, right? You have someone who is has a cult of personality, a very effective rhetoric. If you look at the assassination attempts that were on Hitler and on Trump, if you look at even the iconography that you have within the MAGA hats, you have a white lettering on a red background. If you even go even further.
Oh, I got another one you forgot. Did you know that Hitler had a dog?
No. So the very nature of history is seeing a level of comparison of analysis. Once again, I'm not.
Oh my goodness, Hitler was also a vegetarian. So vegetarians are also likely.
People actually pay these people money to go learn from them.
What are you gonna do if we holler at your girl?
So my daughter's.
Yeah. Yep. Statue of Liberty is actually the statue of Lucifer. This is spot on correct right here. Everything matches up. Did you see that one, Greg? I know you're gonna try to pick this apart.
Of course.
Which you should, but I mean the similarity here is uncanny right there. That's crazy, dude.
Given to us by the French, right?
Satan summoning his legion painting. Yep.
Okay.
Who made the Statue of Liberty?
The French. The French sent it over to us as a gift.
It's all by
right?
Freemasons.
You're saying the Freemasons created it?
That's pretty good.
Did the French create it?
What is this?
Come here, baby. Come here, baby.
I'm the director, say so. I'm the director, say so.
Excuse me. Come on, baby.
Oh,
There is
God.
nobody more unhinged than the liberal white female. And I used to think that the most unhinged liberal white females were those of the younger generation, those who were in their teens, their 20s, maybe approaching 30s. Until I saw the video of an older woman who was a liberal white woman who was very clearly in her 50s or 60s confronting J.D. Vance on the streets of Cincinnati while he was with his 3-year-old daughter, incessantly berating him.
It's a little bit.
Is it safe?
Christianity worships a false god.
Oh, God.
Let me explain. Jesus, his name was not actually Jesus, for one. It was Yeshua. And Yeshua was not white.
He had many names.
Okay.
The way he is depicted in religion is false. It is not truth.
When his
Elon, I want to thank you for at least wearing a suit this time. Doesn't look great, right? Billionaire, but
In psychology, there's this term called emotional detachment.
Surveillance video. I don't believe hate speech exists.
there's no such.
You don't like her, huh? I think
No, I
she's
don't.
fucking bomb.
No.
Go
But
back.
play it. Don't play it. Don't play it because that just because I don't like him doesn't mean I don't want you to play it.
Look at the
This is
opposition.
for government waste.
Oh jeez.
No.
I'll
They're
go back to
going
Candace
after
Owens.
hardworking people, the 99%, and firing them because they have a $2 trillion deficit. But guess what? If every rich person paid their fair share of taxes, and I'm not talking about more taxes, their fair share, we would have $1 trillion to go into the budget.
Her math is not mathing.
Believe it or not.
This guy is running in the jungle with a
You better stop playing on.
This guy is running in the jungle with a backpack on his way to school, but something unexpected is about to happen. He is very fit and runs very fast while also talking to the camera, when out of nowhere a white monster jumps from behind the trees and started running after him. The guy panics and runs even faster.
Yeah, that's real,
You
folks.
better stop playing on me.
Hey, Hamas, how about you put on uniforms and come at me? Instead of hiding behind women and children and telling everybody I'm a war criminal. How about no? Pardon me, but for a second here.
This is gonna be bad.
I know my intentions, and I would never hit somebody on purpose. They're going off at one angle. After a couple times hitting her, my baton got stuck behind her back like this, and it rolled up her back. I lost my balance, and when I pumped my arms again, she got hit. They're assuming my character, calling me ghetto, racist slur.
This is gonna be.
Okay.
If please pull me over.
What is a woman? A woman is.
Oh, who do you bank with?
Just a person by myself. Just a person by myself. Nobody's gonna believe me because I can.
I'll never get over the disrespect and the lies that Trump and Vance said about Tim Walz during the campaign.
That interview, that wasn't an interview.
What is it, Aaron?
Some of us need.
I'm actually an instructor in history.
What are you gonna do if we holler at you?
Nah.
So,
Just say so.
Baby. Gotta go way up that way.
We are.
Let's say you have.
No, I'm sorry.
Stop. No. Sit. No.
You have
There's
not
a
let-
claim here for filing a false restraining order against you. Is
That's
that
all I
correct?
got.
Yes.
But you all went to meeting.
Once Judge Judy comes on, it's time to shut it down. We change it. Change the settings again.
Well, let me ask you this, Eric. We had. Oh, wait, where are we at? There we are. Okay. Yeah, we had talked about. I think it was Rick brought it up actually. There's something that was like the.
What you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about, Willis? There's. Here we go. There is. Okay, sent me something to read. So let's go look at this. Let's go look at this. Let's do a little Bible reading here. What do you think, Eric? You up for it?
Do it.
I know you're up for it. So here we have. We're talking about. There was something that you played. It was a 1 Peter 3:7, right? And it was yeah, I don't know. It was something I can't find it right now. But it was something where, and it goes back to this, Eric, right? Husbands, be good to your wives. Wives, be good to your husbands. What is it? 1 Peter 3:7. I'm going to try to pull that up if I can. But for me, it shows there are different roles. There are different roles with men, different roles with women, and we're not the same. We're not the same, but I don't believe that women are lesser than men, and I don't believe that men are lesser than women. We are
No, they certainly aren't stronger than men, though, physically. I mean, we can agree on that.
they're
I think.
definitely not. Yeah, definitely. I mean, God created man in His image, so this we have to start there. God created man in His image. He created Adam. Adam. Adam is created in God's image. Then God created Eve to be with Adam. Right? So we have to start there. If we're not starting there, if we don't believe
Dude,
that,
I'm
then I
so
totally
glad you
get
don't
it.
go on TikTok and debate people because there's tons of people like there's the Muslim section that says, "Why are you Christian? You should be Muslim." And I just kind of
Why
type
would
in,
you?
well, I type in
Why?
the comments something like "Allah licking my scrotum," something like that. That let them know
Well,
where I
they
stand.
don't. But they're not talking about Jesus Christ. They don't believe in
Yeah,
Jesus
they don't.
Christ.
They don't. They
It's
believe
all
that.
it's all false things. So Jewish people, the people who believe that Jesus hasn't come, they're wrong. The Muslims who believe that Jesus is a prophet, they're wrong. So if you believe that Jesus Christ is what the Bible says he is, if you believe the Bible is truth, everybody else is wrong. That's a hard fact to handle. But that's
Oh,
where it is.
we're wrong about 9/11. We've been wrong about chemtrails. We've been wrong about so much, Greg, that we're probably wrong about that too, right?
I think we're all wrong. Maybe we
I
have
think I
some of
think
it
I think
right.
we got it right, and a lot of people don't have it right. But
Well,
that's
I
on
mean,
them.
we may disagree with,
We
what
try to
happened with,
teach. That's all we do.
but what is the main thing? Like, what are we all working for? What are we working towards? Like, what is the end game here? Like Alex Jones says, what is the end game? The end game should be whatever the Bible
It's a
tells
new world
us.
order. That's the end game.
That's not the end game.
Well, by Satan, by the person who
But
rules
what
the
is what
earth.
is what does the Bible tell us the end game is? What does Jesus Christ tell us the end game is? That's the end game.
Well, get in heaven is the end
There it
game.
is. There it is. How many Alex Jones, how many of these people, all these people, why aren't they focused on that? Why
That's
aren't they
true.
telling us that's the end game? Why are they telling us to focus on all of these things that are contradictory to the end game? That all matters. That's all good stuff. But it's not the end game. It's not where we should be focused on. They're telling us don't look at the man behind the curtain.
Exactly.
They're telling us look over here.
Bro, you
The
seen
man behind
this new Netflix documentary? Or not documentary, but it looks like one. It's a miniseries. De Niro is an ex-president, and uh, MK Ultra mind control has come into play now in this. They call it something different in the series though. Another brand new series just on the tails of Obama's where the grid goes down, and this is the theme and then this new series. It's going to happen. Like just like COVID did. All of a sudden everything's going to shut down, but it's going to be different in my opinion. It's going to be different this time. It's not going to be some disease that everybody freaks out about. It's going to be some of the lights are going to be shut off, and then they're going to blame it on tariffs in Canada and such. Who knows? Once the grid goes down, though, you're either prepared or you're not. And we've been trying to get people prepared for a very long. If you're not prepared now, I don't know what to tell you, but you're fucked if the lights go out. What's your take, Greg?
Yeah, I kind of take the different view on that.
I mean, all right.
No, I don't think that's where we are.
Aren't they showing this though? In every single movie that's coming out, they're showing the zombie
That's
apocalypse. They're
that's that's
showing
the
grid
brainwashing. That's the
down.
brain.
And now
It's
in
all
in this
brainwashing.
this Zero documentary, I keep saying that, but it's just a show. They're showing MK Ultra mind control. That people can be controlled by frequencies, which I've been talked about for a long time too. They're showing this to you right now, showing their hands, and people are they're completely blind to it. They're arguing about nothing, about letting dudes play in sports with women. They're not paying attention to this. But I thought it was very. Have you seen it yet, Greg? This zero, it's zero something zero day with
No.
De Niro. Yeah, well, yeah, and he's being well. They're showing that hackers can use frequencies to influence what you hear and what you see in your mind, which that's MK Ultra.
You still there? Yeah, it seems like Eric may have some issues, but no, I don't know. I haven't seen that. I don't subscribe to that. I think it's all doom and gloom. You know, I think they really want us to think that the world's going to end and this is our only hope, and all we have to do is put our faith in all of these other things. But I don't think they understand that our hope should be in Jesus Christ. Our hope should be in God. And if we don't put the hope there, then we're going to be susceptible to all of these other things. And it's not going to be good for us. But I do want to go, hopefully we can get Eric back. Let's see if I can put the link in the chat. So Eric, if you can get back here, I'm going to put that here in the chat. And I want to go back to some of the things because I do believe men, I think men and women, they play their part. And God created Adam. He created Eve. He created Adam first. He created Eve first. I don't believe Eve is any less. I don't believe she's any lesser. But when Kripprig brought up this one, 1 Peter 3:7, likewise, husbands live with their wives in an understanding way, showing honor to the women as the weaker vessel, since they are heirs with you of the grace of God, so that your prayers may not be hindered. And this is a very valid point. This is what the Bible tells us. So you always have to start there. You always have to go with what the Bible tells us. You cannot dispute it. And what that verse was and what those scriptures are is exactly what the Bible tells us. It does not contradict other things that may say that men and women don't have their own part, there is no weaker vessel, etc., etc. But you understand that that is what Paul was saying, what Paul was writing, what Peter was writing, what they were writing in those scriptures. It's all true. And it does not contradict with anything that you will find in the Bible. You will, if you are a Christian and you read the Bible and you understand this, you will understand that none of these things that you are reading contradict with each other. And if they contradict, you will also understand why they contradict. So we need to understand in the proper context of this. You have Adam. Adam is made from God. He is made in God's image. Here's the crazy thing about Adam. He was not made as a baby, because we know Adam and Eve made babies. God chose to create the first person as a full-born man. We don't know like what age or whatever it is, but however God created Adam, he didn't create Adam as a baby. He created Adam as a man. Like him. It's a fascinating thing to ponder, to think about. Why not create the firstborn as a baby? Well, who's going to coddle that baby? Who's going to raise that baby? Who's going to bring that baby into the world? No. God created Adam in his image first. Then he created Eve because man should not be alone. Then it's not even brought up almost in the Bible, where you have Adam and Eve and all of a sudden they have Cain and they have Abel. It kind of goes from there. It leaves so much to the mind to wander, to ponder, to think about, but it's all relevant. And it does not discount anything, but it's all relevant. And it's all good stuff to think about. And it all creates good conversation. But this is good conversation that has been created since before the Bible was even written. This conversation has been going on before there was even a spoken word, before people were even able to speak about it. So before they could write, before they could speak, this same conversation has been going on in the mind. How is that possible without God? How is that possible that we have the same conversation where we are still questioning God and who God is and who the Bible is and what interpretation, what do we call God, what do we call Jesus, what do we call... How is that possible? We are still having the same conversation before people could even speak, before they could even talk, before they could even communicate. It's the same conversation. It's the biggest conversation that has been going on since the beginning of time, and the same conversation that will continue to go on until the end of days. It's fascinating. It is the most fascinating thing that I have found. So, I think this all got brought up because Eric was talking about, well, let me go back, because I know we have limited time here. Go back here.
Federal buyouts on the table for employees. This now coming with the Health and Human Services Administration. As you can see, this a post from Politico saying the top U.S. health agency makes a $25,000 buyout offer to most of its employees. We're following the latest as most of the 80,000 federal workers responsible there for researching diseases, inspecting food, and administrating Medicare and Medicaid under the Health and Human Services Department were emailed with an offer to leave their jobs for as much as $25,000 as part of President Donald Trump's government cuts. Workers cannot start opting in until Monday and have until 5 p.m. on Friday to submit a response for the so-called voluntary separation offer. The email was sent to staff across the department, which includes the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta, the National Institutes of Health, as well as the Food and Drug Administration, both located in Maryland. The mass email went out to a, quote, broad population of HHS employees, landing in their inboxes just days before the agency heads due to other offer plans for shrinking their workforce. HHS is one of the government's costliest federal agencies with an annual budget of about $1.7 trillion that is mostly spent on health care coverage for millions of people enrolled in Medicare and Medicaid. The agency oversees health insurance for roughly half of the country through Medicare and other older adults for Medicaid for disabled and poor Americans. So big developments in terms of that as the deadline coming up on Friday. All right, we're also following more information about another outbreak of measles, this one coming right now in Maryland, as I want to put up just some information about this here on Live Now from Fox as what we are learning in this case as health officials in Maryland confirmed Sunday that a Howard County resident has tested positive for measles after traveling internationally. The case is unrelated to the current measles outbreaks in Texas and New Mexico. Out of an abundance of caution, authorities are working to identify individuals who may have been exposed to the virus, including contacting passengers who have been on certain flights and visited specific locations where exposures could have occurred. So those include the Washington Dulles International Airport, also Johns Hopkins, the County Medical Center there. Those 2 dates on March the 5th for the airport and March the 7th on the medical center. And I also want to put up just this, a post from the Maryland Department of Health talking about this, the announcement of a measles case in a resident who recently traveled abroad. Like you mentioned, as we mentioned, the abundance of caution, health officials are working to identify people who might have been exposed. And that's notable because early symptoms of measles are a fever with more than 101 degree Fahrenheit, runny nose, cough, red and watery eyes. Usually 1 to 4 days after early symptoms, a red rash appears on the face and spreads to the rest of the body. The measles symptoms typically develop 10 to 14 days after exposure to the virus, but can develop as soon as 7 days and as long as 21 days after exposure. A person with measles is contagious beginning 4 days before the rash appears until 4 days after the rash begins. So some developments there about this, and they're talking about those. If you were at Washington Dulles International Airport, Terminal A, they're asking people to be aware of this, talking about March the 5th between 4 and 9 p.m. They're asking anyone who visited the following locations, they may have been exposed. Also, Johns Hopkins Howard County Medical Center, the Pediatric Emergency Department on March the 7th between 3:30 and 7:30. So as we're following this very closely here on Live Now from Fox, those outbreaks now spanning New Mexico, Texas, and also in Maryland. I also want to put up just this,
And we're going to do that. But on the financial end and the economic end, what we're doing is, to me, it's the most exciting. Our country will be greater than ever before, and it won't take too long.
And what's your message to Americans right now, sir, who are worried about the stock market? What's your message to them as they watch it?
That's pretty much the same. The Cybertruck is with. Have you been?
Let's go see the Cybertruck. I did buy one of these.
So this is bulletproof.
I mean, look, in terms of imagination, I think I have a great imagination. Who else but this guy would design this, and everybody on the road is looking at it? It's amazing, actually. As soon as I saw it, I said, that is the coolest design. It's. Do you agree with that, Brian? I mean, it's amazing.
Very cool. Yeah.
You got to give him credit.
We want the future to look like the future, and it's kind of, what kind of truck would Blade Runner drive? That was the design idea.
It's really amazing.
Yeah.
Elon, are you planning to remain CEO of Tesla while working with President Trump? Is there anything on?
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for any reason, click the button under this video to see if my offer is right for you.
Future and the companies that are talking about Tesla, I'm wondering where you're thinking.
Yeah. I'm CEO of Tesla, and
he should.
Yeah.
Any more plans on additional vehicles?
Your thoughts on the market?
You have now?
Well, we've got the Cybercab coming out next year.
The one with no steering wheel. You're gonna buy one of those? We'll pass. We're too old-fashioned.
Yeah. So, Mr. President, when you look at the market selling off, that didn't concern you, and
Nope,
where do you see it
doesn't
going?
concern me. I think some people are going to make great deals by buying stocks and bonds and all the things they're buying. I think we're going to have an economy that's a real economy, not a fake economy. It was a fake economy. They were putting in all government jobs. You see what happened last month? We had more real jobs, and government jobs are way down. That's going to continue. Those are real jobs. Those are jobs that keep the country going. You can't have all government jobs. You have no income to pay the workers.
Yeah.
And a lot of those workers didn't show up to work. That was the other problem.
And President Trump, there's this protest leader from Columbia University that the administration is moving to deport. And he said that his arrest is going to be the first of many. How many?
I think we ought to get them all out of the country. They're troublemakers. They're agitators. They don't love our country. We ought to get them the hell out. I think that guy, we ought to get him. I heard his statements, too. They were plenty bad. And I think we ought to get him the hell out of the country. I watched them. I watched tapes specifically. I watched tapes, and you can have them, okay? You can have them, and you can have the rest of them. Let them go to school. Let them learn. Columbia used to be a good school. Now it's been overrun because of bad leadership. That's what happens. Happens to countries, and it happens to universities, and it happens to companies. And I don't want it to happen to a guy that did nothing wrong. He did everything right because he did a great company. But what he did by coming into government to help government from years of abuse, from decades of abuse, and you see that when you look at Social Security, where you have 200-year-old people on the rolls of society. That's just, he uses the word care. People don't care. Everyone knows that. But it's also, I believe it's also large fraud. I think it's that, but I think it's also large fraud. So I'm just telling people, this man is a great patriot, and you should cherish him. You should cherish him. You know, I have a little statement. We have to take care of our high IQ people because we don't have too many of them. And we got to take care of them.
And as you guys look at the Social Security Administration, and you guys are looking for fraud and waste and abuse, can you guarantee people who are concerned about an interruption to benefits that there will not be?
Yes, we're going to be very careful with any interruption to benefits. In fact, only by tackling the waste and fraud in entitlements like Social Security, Medicare, can we actually preserve those programs for the future. Because with unchecked fraud and waste, we won't be able to afford them. The president's very dedicated to solving the budget deficit, which if we don't solve the budget deficit, we're going to go bankrupt as a country. If we go bankrupt as a country, there's no Social Security, there's no Medicare, there's no nothing. And to sort of echo what the president was saying, what really matters is moving people from jobs that are relatively low productivity in government to high productivity in the private sector, increasing the true output of products and services. That's the real economy. That's what actually enables Americans to have a higher standard of living, and that's what's happening. And that's, I think, you'll see the truth of that in the months to come.
And we're going to make it really much stronger by taking people that don't exist or taking people that shouldn't be there out, by taking illegal aliens that are on Social Security or Medicaid and Medicare. By taking them out, we're making it much stronger. The country will be much stronger, but it's going to really be stronger economically. And when you look at what we're doing, I've been called by so many companies. Yesterday, as you know, I had a meeting with some of the biggest tech companies in the world, and all they're talking about, IBM was there. We had a lot of them. Dell, Michael Dell was there. We had a lot of great companies, Hewlett Packard, and all they're talking about is investing in this country. They want to be sure. Don't forget, they're looking down the road 10 years and 15 years. They want to make sure we have a strong country. They're all coming in. As you know, Apple, Tim Cook, he said that he's going to invest $500 billion in the United States. He never did that before. He invested in China. He's got his plants in China. And now he's got them going to be building in the United States. And if I didn't have victory in that election, he wouldn't be doing it. And if I didn't say what I'm saying, and I'm being very honest, and it's much more difficult than just sitting around and having a great time. It's a very glamorous position if you want to do that. We could have kept it, but eventually bad things would have happened. This way, good things. I'm very optimistic about the country. I think we're going to have the greatest markets we've ever had, and it's going to be really fueled by what we're doing. You had to see these companies yesterday. They're investing billions and trillions. They're investing trillions of dollars here. They wouldn't have invested 10 cents.
Mr. President, will you talk to Vladimir Putin about this ceasefire deal? Do you think you need to have a conversation with him to get the Russians to
I'll
agree?
talk to Vladimir Putin, I want to look, that's the other, it takes two to tango, as they say, right? So hopefully he'll also agree, and I really think that would be 75% of the way. The rest is getting it documented and, negotiating land positions, etc.
So you'll talk to him this week?
I think so, yeah.
And then when do you anticipate meeting him in person?
In place on the Ukrainian side, how close do you think then you are to a total ceasefire?
Well, I hope it'll be over the next few days. I'd like to see. I know we have a big meeting with Russia tomorrow, and some great conversations hopefully will ensue. The people have done a great job. Marco Rubio's been great. Steve Witkoff's been great. Michael Waltz. Every one of them, they've really stepped up. They are into it. They want to see two things. By far, number one is death of people that aren't citizens of our country. But they're people, just like you. They're people. And we want to stop. And we also don't want to give billions and hundreds of billions of dollars away. We're in there for $350 billion. And there was no reason this war would have never happened if I was president. So it's a very sad thing. Thank you all very much. I love Tesla.
Which one did you buy? Which car are you going to buy?
The one I like is that one. And I want that same color.
All right. Are you going to put down a credit card? Elon, would you take a personal
No, I'm going to give him a
from the
check.
president?
I do it the old I give checks.
Sure.
I like checks, you know.
I think his credit's good.
Do you still have
You know, I like a check better than this modern system of all of a sudden there's money in your account, nobody knows. I like signing a check. You sort of, but we're gonna pay, and I don't want a discount. He would give me a discount, but if I do a discount, they're gonna say, "Oh, he got benefit." I don't want any
What
discounts.
about a vanity plate?
Yeah, let's see. Truth.
All right.
There it is.
Truth. Truth. That one got you by surprise.
Playlist gets downloaded as well. You can thump your music.
You can do it. I
Sound
just looked
system's
at
amazing.
it. I looked at that dashboard. You can do anything.
Yeah.
Have a good time.
You buying a Tesla will boost Tesla sales and boost
Well, I
their
hope
stock?
it does. Look.
Was that your goal
I
by
care
doing
about
this?
one thing. When somebody's a great patriot, they shouldn't be hurt. He's a great patriot. He didn't know me from Adam until we met a little bit when I was in my first term, but he came out, he endorsed me very strongly, and I admired that, I respected that, and I respected him for years, I respected him. And when there was a chance to help our government, you know, you're not going to use an average person. Some people would say, well, let's use somebody that failed in business for his whole life. You know, this guy has been amazing. And the kind of thinking is, it's from a different age. It's really from a different age. When we said, let's cut 2%, he said, let's cut 60%. And he turned out to be right. And a lot of people are just not here. They don't work for us. I mean, they're getting checks and they don't work. And you know, Peter, look, we have so many different stats and so many different figures. And it's so embarrassing to us as a country. No, we're going to have a streamlined country with good people. And one of the reasons, and I called for it wasn't a cabinet meeting, it was just a meeting of some cabinet members and Elon. The one thing, and I think he agrees with me 100%, it's one thing to cut, but we want to cut the wrong people, meaning we want to cut people that aren't doing the job. We want to keep the right people.
Absolutely.
And I said, I don't want to just say we're going to cut 50%. I want to cut the people that aren't doing the job, the people that aren't there, the people that are scamming the system. And he agrees with that 100%.
And are you sure you don't want to take a test drive?
I'd love to do it. Maybe I'll do it some other time.
Do you really want to keep working with you throughout your first term? I mean, is there going to be an end date for the two of you working together?
I don't know. You know, I was thinking about that the other day. I think he'll know when it's time.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't want to stay around here. Just, although I think he does like it. There's no place like the White House. Okay, so maybe.
You want to stay?
I don't think that. I think he wants to get the job done, get back to his businesses. That's what I think.
I just want to. I'll stay as long as it's useful and not productive, and if I can help the country, I'll stay and do so.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Good-looking guy here.
Elon.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Pulitzer Prize. It's nice, Susie. Huh?
Here's the difference between Mudwater and mushroom coffee. I'm Matt, food scientist and head of R&D at Mudwater. I'd like to highlight some differences between Mudwater and mushroom coffee. First, Mudwater isn't mushroom coffee.
Okay, all right. So, I'm going to, I've been trying, I couldn't find it online. It's so crazy. So I'm going to try to look it up here because you know, I think there is something we need to look at here when we are talking about the Bible, talking about scriptures. We definitely what the scripture says is true, and we can't deny that, and I want to put it into the proper context. So I want to go through that. I want to go to 1 Peter. Let's see, 1 Peter. So, talk about 1 Peter 3. It begins with likewise. Likewise, wives and husbands. So let's go back to 1 Peter 2. Because that's where we, learn and we see how the husbands should be, right? Tells us all of that. So, everything is all about, in 1 Peter 2, you will see, you should read 1 Peter 2, and it all is about, what men should do to God. But it's very interesting here. I love this. This shows in 1 Peter 3 how the wives should be. Likewise, wives, be subject to your own husbands, so that even if some do not obey the word, they may be won without a word, without the conduct of their wives. When they see your respectful and pure conduct, do not let your adorning be external, the braiding of hair and the putting on of gold jewelry, or the clothing you wear, but let your adorning be the hidden person of the heart with the imperishable beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit, which in God's sight is very precious. For this is how the holy woman who hoped in God used to adorn themselves, by submitting to their own husbands, as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, and you are her children, if you do good and do not fear anything that is frightening. Likewise, husbands, live with your wives in an understanding way, showing honor to the woman as the weaker vessel, since they are heirs with you of the grace of life, so that your prayers may not be hindered. This goes back to Adam and Eve, where we have Adam, who is the firstborn, who is the first creation of God. In his image, Adam is created in God's image. And then we have Eve. So you would see it's the weaker vessel. Does not mean it's a weak vessel, but it's weaker to Adam. That the woman is a weaker vessel to the man, because man is made in God's image. It doesn't mean that woman is a weak vessel, but it means that compared to man, the woman is the weaker vessel. I get it. I got it. All right. Makes sense to me. I don't know if it makes sense to anybody else, but I'm going to see if there's anything else that I would like to show here, or else we can end this one here. Right. Let's see. What do we have here?
Let's go to Carolyn Levitt right now. There's a lot of news today, so I look forward to taking your questions. Good to see you. And I have some updates for you as well. Later today, President Trump will address the Business Roundtable's quarterly meeting, where he will tout his pro-growth economic agenda and answer questions before more than 100 of our nation's leading CEOs. In fact, it's the largest attendance ever for this event because business leaders are so eager and encouraged by President Trump's return to Washington. This follows President Trump's roundtable yesterday with the Technology CEO Council here at the White House, where he met with key leaders in the technology industry. And last night, President Trump also held an official swearing-in ceremony in the Oval Office for Sean Curran, who is now the 28th Director of the United States Secret Service. Sean demonstrated unbelievable bravery under gunfire in Butler, Pennsylvania this past July, when an assassin tried to kill President Trump. As someone who got to know Sean personally throughout the campaign last year, I can say unequivocally that there is nobody better suited for this important role. And following the confirmation of Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRomer last night, the Senate has now confirmed 21 of President Trump's well-qualified cabinet-level nominees, far outpacing the previous administration. And looking ahead, tomorrow, the president will welcome the Taoiseach Micheál Martin of Ireland for the annual White House Shamrock ceremony. And Thursday, President Trump will welcome the NATO Secretary General for a working meeting and lunch. On the economy, February's jobs report was good news for America, particularly our manufacturing sector. The manufacturing sector gained 10,000 new jobs in just 1 month under President Trump. This rebound was led by the automobile sector, where we saw 9,000 new auto jobs created already. That is the most auto jobs added to the economy in 15 months. This was a complete turnaround from the Biden administration, where we were losing an average of 9,000 manufacturing jobs per month last year. Reuters is out with a report that a number of companies are now looking at expanding their presence or bringing their businesses into America because of President Trump's policies. And just moments ago, before coming out here, I saw another report by Reuters revealing that Merck has opened a $1 billion facility at its North Carolina site. This is just the latest pharmaceutical company to boost its U.S. manufacturing in lieu of President Trump's tariffs. This announcement follows Eli Lilly's plans to invest at least $27 billion to build 4 new manufacturing plants here in the United States. And Pfizer has also said it's considering moving their manufacturing overseas right here to the United States of America. As the president has said over and over again, when we purchase products made in the USA, the profits stay here, the revenue stays here, and most importantly, the jobs stay here. And despite the globalist mainstream media's attempts to worry consumers, President Trump will not repeat the trend of past American presidents who broke their promises to the American public and smiled while they stuck a knife in the back of American workers and shipped their jobs overseas. Our country has lost more than 5 million jobs in more than 90,000 factories due to devastating globalization over the last 3 decades alone. North Carolina lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs, including 60% of its furniture manufacturing jobs in the years following NAFTA. And in Michigan, globalist policies destroyed 250,000 jobs, including 40% of the auto industry, which again we know is clawing back because of President Trump's action already. These are harrowing statistics that represent countless towns and families who have been completely destroyed. But the America Last globalist era is ending under President Trump. He will no longer allow our country and our workers, our hard-working American families, to be ripped off. On another very important issue for the president, he continues to work hard to secure the border. If you missed it yesterday, CBP launched an enhanced home mobile app with a new feature, the Intent to Depart, which offers unlawfully present aliens or those aliens whose parole has been revoked an orderly and defined process to notify the U.S. government of their intent to depart the country. The CBP Home app strengthens our mission to secure the border and provides illegal aliens with a straightforward way to leave now before facing much harsher consequences later. A new report from Bloomberg just found that the number of aliens trying to reach our country by traveling through the jungle to Central America dropped a whopping 99% last month. And this follows the incredible news that illegal border crossings plummeted last month as well, down 94% at our southern border from last February under the Biden administration. As President Trump made clear during his historic address to Congress, we must finish this job and continue to carry out the largest deportation campaign in American history. And that is why the president fully endorses the continuing resolution that is before Congress and was negotiated by Speaker Johnson. He is encouraging all Republicans to vote yes on this clean CR, which freezes funding at current levels and will prevent the Democrats from getting their long-awaited government shutdown. Voting against this CR will hurt the American people and kill the incredible momentum that President Trump has built over the past 51 days. And lastly, before I take questions, I would like to commend the Washington Post, who I believe is in the room today. According to a new report from Axios, the Washington Post is overhauling their newsroom structure. It appears that the mainstream media, including the Post, is finally learning that having disdain for more than half of the country who supports this president does not help you sell newspapers. It's not a very good business model. And that's why we have people in our new media seat. And today we have Sargar Anetti, who is the host of Breaking Points, a popular political YouTube news and podcast show that has racked up nearly 1 billion views on YouTube, several hundred million podcast downloads since its launch in June 2021. He's also a former member of the White House Correspondents Association, but is now a part of the thriving independent media. We're very happy to have you with us here today. Why don't you kick off our briefing? Thank you.
Really appreciate you having me, Caroline. A couple of questions for you, if I may. First on the stock market. So currently it's the 25th anniversary today of the dot-com bubble crash. There's a lot of concern for a lot of Americans right now about the state of the economy. President Trump has refused to rule out a recession. Secretary Lutnick, however, has told us there will not be one. So can the White House just tell and assure Americans today that there's not going to be a recession?
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. So let me start by saying that, first of all, when it comes to the stock market, the numbers that we see today, the numbers we saw yesterday, the numbers we'll see tomorrow are a snapshot of a moment in time. And as President Trump has said, and I'm here to echo the remarks of this president of this White House, we are in a period of economic transition. We are in a period of transition from the mess that was created under Joe Biden in the previous administration. Joe Biden left this country in an economic disaster. Several statistics to point out. The delinquency rate on credit card loans increased 63% under Joe Biden, hitting a near 12-year high. Under Joe Biden, all net job growth went to foreign-born Americans. Real wages declined by 1.5% under Joe Biden. And as we all know, and this administration continues to combat, prices soared more than 20% under Joe Biden because of his reckless spending and economic policies. So we are in a period of transition from that economic nightmare under a president who had no idea what he was doing, never held a private sector job in his life, into a golden age of American manufacturing under a businessman and a deal maker in chief in President Donald J. Trump, who is implementing the formula that we know works. Look at President Trump's results in his first term. If people are looking for certainty, they should look at the record of this president. That's why the American people reelected him back to this office. And look at everything that President Trump has already done and his team has already done in just 51 days. The massive efforts to deregulate. Tax cuts, which we need Congress to pass the Trump economic agenda, the Trump tax cuts, which will unleash economic growth. And the president also addressed this directly, I will point out as well, when you look at what he said on Air Force One. And he said he wants the American people to have so much money in their pockets they don't even know what to do with it. That's the intent of this administration, and we're working very hard every day on that goal.
Second question on the CR. So President Trump came out today in a primary challenge against Congressman Thomas Massie. Congressman Massie's been a supporter of DOGE. He's been a supporter of Make America Healthy Again. What kind of message is this White House sending against a congressman who's sticking up for principles that he's long held in the chamber and voting against continuing resolution and spending?
I think the president has made it very clear that he believes it's critical for conservatives and Republicans, and frankly, all members of Congress to get behind this continuing resolution to keep the government funded. The president wants to continue the momentum that he has built over the last 51 days. In order to keep the government funded, we got to keep moving with these deportations, and he believes that everybody needs to get on board with this bill. He's been active in this process. He's been making calls to get this over the finish line, and we're urging every Republican, and Democrats too, to do what's right for the American public to prevent a government shutdown.
Just the last question here on Mahmoud Khalil. Does the administration believe that it needs to charge a green card holder with a crime to be eligible for deportation?
Well, in fact, Secretary Rubio reserves the right to revoke the visa of Mahmoud Khalil, and I'm glad you brought this up. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, the Secretary of State has the right to revoke a green card or a visa for individuals who serve or are adversarial to the foreign policy and national security interests of the United States of America. And Mahmoud Khalil was an individual who was given the privilege of coming to this country to study at one of our nation's finest universities and colleges. And he took advantage of that opportunity, of that privilege, by siding with terrorists, Hamas terrorists who have killed innocent men, women, and children. This is an individual who organized group protests that not only disrupted college campus classes and harassed Jewish American students and made them feel unsafe on their own college campus, but also distributed pro-Hamas propaganda, flyers with the logo of Hamas. That is what the behavior and activity that this individual engaged in. And I have those flyers on my desk. They were provided to me by the Department of Homeland Security. I thought about bringing them into this briefing room to share with all of you, but I didn't think it was worth the dignity of this room to bring that pro-Hamas propaganda. But that's what this individual distributed on the campus of Columbia University. And this administration is not going to tolerate individuals having the privilege of studying in our country and then siding with pro-terrorist organizations that have killed Americans. We have a zero tolerance policy for siding with terrorists, period. Peter Ducey.
Thank you, Caroline. So you said that the Dow dropping and dropping and dropping is a period of transition. You're sure nobody here at the White House shorted the Dow?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. But is there any concern here that it's going to be harder to ask certain federal workers to retire if they look at their retirement accounts and they're getting robbed every day?
Well, I'm glad you brought up workers, because that's exactly who President Trump is looking out for with his America First trade policy and his America First economic agenda. And if you look at, there's great indication to be optimistic about where the economy stands. And the American people, investors, CEOs, small business owners, but most importantly, workers, should bet on President Trump, because his tariff policies, what he envisions is reciprocity, fair trade practices where American workers are put first and are no longer ripped off by foreign countries all over this world.
President Trump says he's going to buy a Tesla today. Did he buy it? And when is the last time he drove a car?
That's a very good question. I have heard the president remark that he misses being able to drive, that luxury of driving his own vehicle, although the beast is nice. But he is going to be viewing a Tesla that is making its way to the White House complex now, I can confirm. Perhaps the press pool today will have an opportunity to witness this very exciting moment later this afternoon. But a Tesla is on its way here now, and we'll see if the president likes it when he checks it out.
So they're bringing him a Tesla to look at, and if he likes it, he's just going to buy it.
You know, he's intent on, he's definitely going to buy one, but he'll take a look at it when it gets here later this afternoon.
Full retail?
Yes, full market price. Kelly.
Can we talk about Canada? What is the status of President Trump having a conversation with Mark Carney? We have seen the president use the term governor to refer to Justin Trudeau. Will that moniker also go to Mr. Carney going forward? And is the decision to increase the tariffs, is that based on a specific economic metric that he looked at? Is it impulse? How would you describe his reaction to Canada?
The president has not yet spoken to Mr. Carney, not since I checked, which was just moments ago. But certainly his phone is always open to leaders who wish to speak with him. As for the tariffs, the president made his position on this quite clear with the statement that he put out. And it was a retaliatory statement due to the escalation of rhetoric that we've seen out of Ontario, Canada. The president saw the Premier, Doug Ford, make an egregious and insulting comment threatening to shut down electricity for the American people, for hardworking American families. He made that threat. The president saw that and has an obligation and a responsibility to respond accordingly and represent the interests of the American people. So he has made the decision to add a 25% tariff. So now steel and aluminum tariffs will come into effect tomorrow at the rate of 50%. And our steel and aluminum industries have actually applauded these tariffs because, again, they know it's going to grow their industry here. It's going to allow them to export more steel that is made right here in the United States with American workers.
Egregious and insulting are your words here, but that's what many Canadian leaders have said about the actions President Trump has taken toward Canada. And what do you think the timeline is for speaking to Mr. Carney? Because normally a sitting president speaks to a close ally very quickly when there's new leadership.
Well, the president is, again, responding to the fact that Canada has been ripping off the United States of America and hardworking Americans for decades. If you look at the rates of tariffs across the board that Canadians have been imposing on the American people and our workers here, it is egregious. In fact, I have a handy-dandy chart here that shows not just Canada, but the rate of tariffs across the board. If you look at Canada, since you brought it up, American cheese and butter, nearly 300% tariff. You look at India, 150% tariff on American alcohol. You think that's helping Kentucky bourbon be exported into India? I don't think so. 100% tariff on agricultural products from India. Look at Japan, tariffing rice, 700%. President Trump believes in reciprocity, and it is about dang time that we have a president who actually looks out for the interests of American businesses and workers. And all he's asking for at the end of the day are fair and balanced trade practices, and unfortunately, Canada has not been treating us very fairly at all over the past several decades. To the woman in the purple, because I saw you were making a face at my previous answer, so what's going on?
Well, actually, I have a couple of questions. At the core of pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses and elsewhere is a demand to end the war in Gaza, a goal that this administration actually supports and has pursued. So why has this not been acknowledged or highlighted even?
Because these colleges and these protests have again put out Hamas propaganda. The flyers that have been distributed call for violence. The flyers that have been distributed have the logo of an organization that has held Americans hostage, that murdered innocent babies, that murdered men, women, and children. They are a designated foreign terrorist organization, and we are not going to tolerate non-citizens, foreigners who come here on a visa engaging in such behavior, siding with terrorists. And the Secretary of State reserves the authority to revoke the green card or the visa of an individual who serves as an actually it says right here, reasonable grounds to believe that the alien's presence or activities in the United States would have potentially serious adverse foreign policy consequences to the United States. And I think siding with Hamas makes that quite clear. Secretary Rubio exercised that authority, and we fully believe that we are going to move forward with more arrests, as President Trump previewed in his statement yesterday. Ed.
Yeah, thanks.
Go ahead.
So are there conversations between the administration and the Canadians going on over this tariff? Because the Ontario Premier says the next step is to cut off electricity to the U.S.
And the president put out a statement after seeing those comments and said that it would be there would be grave consequences imposed on Canada if they think about shutting off electricity for the United States of America and our citizens. And the president is also determined to ensure that we are depending on American electricity, not the electricity production of foreign nations, including our allies in Canada. As for conversations, there is continued correspondence between the president's team, particularly Secretary Lutnick, and the Canadians as well.
And in the market reaction, how do you sell to the American people then, after looking at what's happening in the markets this week, and say that the tariff policy long term is something good?
Well, just think about what the tariff policy long term will do for our country. I think many of us probably grew up in small towns. I know at least I did, and the main street in my small town looks a heck of a lot worse than it probably did decades ago before I was alive. At least my parents